And I just realized my microphone was off. So we'll start over. Welcome to the Underground Crypto Deep Dive Show. I will make it so you see what I'm seeing here in just a second. Watching myself come up now just talking with no mic. And that's why we do the mic check. So... All right, so mic is good. I'm realizing not a lot of people on yet, so let's give it a second. Crypto bubbles looking pretty green today. Check some stuff out. Put that microphone down a hair. Cool, cool. And yeah, what a great day. Let's go look. What is Bitcoin at? 120,000. I mean, what were we at yesterday? We'll pull up the chart for just a second here while we're waiting for people to come on in. What's up, Crypto Maniac? Always here, right off the cuff. I really appreciate that. Big MVP points to you. I probably should have posted something. Let me post in the Discord that we are live. I don't know if anybody will come over. And we've been pumping a lot in crypto, but I will say the sentiment in the market just seems a little slow. Like nobody really believes that we're really going to start doing well. You know, it's what it feels like. Everybody's a little apprehensive, right? Like we might just crash again at any moment. Let me get my notes ready. Who else really enjoyed the last 2 days of deep diving Anoma? And how's everybody feeling out there? Anybody catch any of the pump today on Bitcoin? All my traders out there, all my lifers. I know at least one of y'all made a little bit of money. I'm still in from that last bottom there at like, I think I got in at like 107.5 or something like that. So I'm up on a nice, I just put it on 20x because I was going to hold it for a while. So I'm up like a nice, I don't know. I didn't sell it, like 140% or something like that. Nilo says, I agree. Shout out to you being here. Appreciate you dropping a chat. Was a little rushed on the getting ready for the stream. So, get my mind together. For some reason, this top button does not want to stay buttoned. It's my favorite shirt, but it's really annoying. All right, I think I fixed it. Anyways, the life of Bitcoin, it is up 88,000%. Gotta love that. We should zoom in a little bit, though, because that's a little extra, right? We'll even go into like the 7-day. Yeah, we ran from like this 109 on the 28th to where we are now. What, 4 days? That's a nice run. That is a real nice run. And they are just liquidating all the shorts. Not a TA channel, but we'll talk a little bit about, you know, price action. All right, so let's do our usual top down. No trading, too busy at work, hard to do while working. Crypto Maniac, you are absolutely right. I had a company I used to run for a long time, and I was boots on the ground. You know, I was at every customer's door and doing the work as well. And I was trying to trade while I was doing it. Oh, man, I wrecked my account so many times just because I would start a trade to be in a trade, and I'd be like trying to scalp. And then I'd have to go up to the customer's house, knock on the door, you know, talk to them. It wasn't like a sales job like I'm selling products. I had a service. But, yeah, and then I'd be like halfway through the job and I'd be like, oh crap, I'm in a trade, and I'd pull out my phone and I'd be like underwater or something, you know, liquidated, something stupid. So I learned to not trade at work for sure. One day, hopefully I can just trade. Yeah, that's what I always said. Cryptomaniac, I said that almost every day that I needed to get some money and just trade and stop having to do this manual labor out here. Although I'm not complaining, I made fabulous money. Ethereum, $4,478. Man, I love to see it above that 4,000. And I have like a little price range for every coin. XRP above $3. Love to see that. We were at like 280 yesterday. And look at just the green charts on everything here. You know, let's go down the 24-hour. The only thing that's red is USDC. I mean, just look at that green. Love it. It's a fun day to be in crypto, right? Makes up for all those not so fun days that we have been in crypto. There's been plenty of those, right? I mean, Ethereum up 2.9% today. BNB looking like it's going to crack 1100. Man, I thought to myself many times throughout the bear market that I should load up on some BNB, and I have no idea why. I just never did. I have nothing against BNB. I love BNB, and I just never really did. I also thought about buying Solana when it was down at like $20, and I don't know, my bias or dislike for FTX I think kind of kept me from doing that. That was a lesson learned though. Where's Blues Guy? Blues Guy. I already count on him to be here, so I hope he shows up. But we all miss one stream here or there, so no big deal. Dogecoin 26 cents. I love to see Dogecoin getting back above 25 cents. Had that random run up to like 48 cents, you know, in like December or whatever. That was really nice, but it's struggling to get back up there. I mean, the whole market is a factor there. Cardano 86 cents. Hyperliquid $50, Avalanche $30.49 or 94 cents. Sorry, SWE at $3.58. Glad I bought a little bit of SWE when I did. I think my average on SWE was like 94 cents or something like that, maybe a little lower, but it's done fantastic, right? And XLM 40 cents. It's up 15.8% in the last 7 days. So the market looking good. I mean, most of y'all coming here already know that the market looks pretty good. So let's see, Aster still trending, right? Pancake Swap trending up 20%, and I mean, look at that chart. It just boomed today. Let's do the 24-hour chart. It'll look more impressive. Yeah, just took off from $2.63 to $3.21, up 20%. Who knew this was going to happen today? Not me. Although I knew Pancake Swap was going to catch some of the gains as the market goes up because it's a very useful product. Open VPP or OVPP, we've been over a few times. We might touch on it today. This 2Z, we were talking about this in the Discord. If you're watching this later or anything, Discord link in the description. Come on over, check it out. Maybe somebody can let me know if it still works. There's Blues Guy. Hey guys, hope all is great. Blues Guy, I was just saying I hadn't seen you. I just was a little worried you weren't going to come out today, which would have been fine, you know. I don't take you for granted, Blues Guy. I really don't. I really appreciate you, though. ADX, Adrena. That was another one we talked about yesterday. We'll touch on those a little bit because I do know that we kind of have to say them several times over and over before you're just going to recognize them off rip and know what they are. This D-Agent AI. That is a newer coin, and it is up, or I don't know if it's new. Don't let me misspeak. It might not be new, but I mean, it's new on my radar as far as being trendy and relevant. AIA, and it's up 474% with only a $145.9 million market cap. We're going to dig into that and figure out maybe why that is pumping. Now, I want to kind of go over things before we spend too much time, but this is what I wanted to check. So, Binance Alpha Spotlight. So one thought I had this morning is a lot of coins, and we're going to come back to that. A lot of coins that we've been going over have all had the Binance Alpha Spotlight category. So I was like, why not just go through all the coins that are Binance Alpha Spotlight, see if we can't find some coins that are, you know, Binance Alpha Spotlight that haven't caught that pump yet, that are maybe somewhat newer, like within the last month or 2 weeks, you know. Blues Guy said, what's new? 12 hours shift over. I mean, we had a great day for the market, which is probably, as long as Bitcoin can go sideways or continue to go up or something, going to do a lot for the alts. Alts had a nice rally today. I always look at my Coinbase account. Oh, snap. Lifer messaged me. 12 hours shift over. Oh, I already read that. Cool, man. Is the show a good time for you, Blues Guy? You seem like you're always able to make it here, so I must like go live right when you get out of work or something like that. Fear and Greed Index, 64%. So we are entering the greed. How do we feel about that? How much greed, and you can say it on either side, greed or fear. How much greed is high greed, and how much fear is high fear? You know, is it 100%? I don't even know if we've ever got to 100% greed. Maybe the very euphoric end of a top of a market, of a bull market, or vice versa, the bear market on the fear. But When do we start thinking? Anybody want to give me a number that they think about or rely on? Anybody use the fear and greed index? Like if you start getting to like 75, 85% on the fear and greed index, definitely start thinking about your positions and stuff like that. Something I used to not really incorporate, and the lifer has taught me to definitely incorporate, because it can save you. If I would have been looking at that one time when I lost like $4,500 in the market, if I was looking at that, I would have nailed it. I would have nailed my exit, and I didn't. My lovely XLM is pumping. Yeah, we talked about it. It's at 40 cents right now. To be honest, XLM is one that I'm not as in tune with the price. XRP, I'm pretty in tune with the price, but XLM not so much, although I do own some. So we're looking for anything here that we don't normally look at. Apex. Apex wound up being 221% for the last 7 days. And again, you could just look at these coins that on the 7-day change, they don't have anything. That means that they haven't been around for more than 7 days as far as being launched. What we call token generation event. A lot of people are like, when's the token going to come out? When's this, that? If you really want to have more of the high crypto IQ kind of thing, if you want to have a high crypto IQ, know that most people call it a token generation event. So just put that little nugget somewhere in the back of your mind. 00. And again, I said I wanted to kind of go over things. Anoma. And so again, this is the top 20 coins searched in the last 7 days. So Anoma's on that list for crypto rank. It wasn't on CoinGecko's list. So you can see the list can vary quite a bit. And we're going to even start pulling up coin market cap. And maybe I should kind of break that up. I don't know. Trying to always, the show's new. I've said like 6 times. Lord forgive me. Or guys forgive me, I should say. But I'm going to try to stop saying that. Everybody has like a repetitive phrase that they say. No matter who you watch, you will see they have a repetitive phrase. And I really kind of want to limit that. Just try to do better. But anyways, my point was that we're going to try to kind of look at everything first before we start clicking and going over stuff. And for anybody who missed it, today is all about the Binance Alpha Spotlight. Yeah, brother, 6 p.m. is a good time for the stream. It's actually 8 p.m. where I am, but I hear you. It must be 6 where you are. XLM chart looks more bullish than XRP. I mean, XRP's got more attention and it's got more rip, right? So it's just kind of natural that maybe people would want to move somewhere where it hasn't got as much pump. And I feel like your XLM and your XRP people are pretty much the same people. And again, 20 most visited coins in the last 7 days. You got Lighter, you got Anoma, Hana, Zero Gravity, all things that we've been over. Avantis, Apex. I mean, I think we've been pretty much nailing it. XPL, Aster, Lena. I mean, we've talked a lot. Falcon. I was talking about that right when I saw it getting listed in a bunch of places. It's a financial coin. It's Falcon Finance, so it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it'll make money. See where I'm at in the chat here. I'll let you in a little secret. I think XLM will pump more in percentage. I would agree with you. That's a good point. I mean, the simple tokenomics, right? I think next week we're due for our tokenomics session, our crypto IQ tokenomics session here, where we talk about it, because of course XRP has a bigger market cap, so more money. Beware of the sleeping giant. Yeah, XLM is good. I don't have a crazy amount of it. I think I bought like $500 worth of it in like the bear market or something like that. I don't know what it's worth now. It's on a cold storage wallet, so I obviously don't look at it every day. So yeah, what do we actually now want to look at? We'll start with the CoinGecko. Anybody not know what Pancake Swap is? Put that in the chat if you don't know what Pancake Swap is. So we'll start with this ADX, because we did talk about it yesterday and probably the day before, but not a new coin. I misspoke. I'll remember it forever. You guys probably already forgot, but I misspoke. It is not a new coin. It just is new to being on my radar and being trending, right? So October 2nd, 2024 is what the max chart says. So it's not a crazy long time ago, but it's not like it came out in 2020, right? But long enough ago. $39.1 million in its market cap. Let's pull up something more relevant like the last 7 days here. And you see it pumped and then it pulled back and you almost, let's see, you almost could have got back in at 2.5 cents. And then your next best buy was 2.5, but 0.028 instead of 0.025. So almost like the same entry point, really. And then it just skyrocketed like straight back up. Pretty cool stuff. Up 44.8%. Another decentralized exchange, perpetuals, derivatives. That is the name of the game. Narrative still cooking, but not quite pumping in the manner that it was. Anybody new here? If you're new and have never been to this stream before, throw something in the chat. Throw like a 111 or something like that in the chat, just so we can say hello and welcome you in. And even if you're watching this at another point, throw it in the comments. I'll still see the comment after we are done being live. And we'll touch on the website real quick, because sometimes, at least for me going over these websites every day, the website can help me really remember the coin. Like, they have some pretty specific artwork on this decentralized exchange website. And if you click the actual product, the interface, you'll see that they kind of have the same artwork, just kind of chilling in the background. The artwork's a little, I don't know, it's called Adrena or whatever, so it makes sense, but at the same time, it's just a little bit too much. Like, it's a little overwhelming in my opinion. Not what I really want to see when I'm probably already overwhelmed about my trade. Now, one thing about this coin, so talk about Tron, I see it brewing. We can touch on that. Why not? This is a community show, right? One thing I want to say about it is they don't have many pairs here, so I don't know how far this thing can pump or get attention with traders unless you want to trade Solana, Bonk, or BTC. Now, is it for some reason designed for this? You know, is this really just for... Am I wrong? Do they have more pairs? Recommended Jitto Solana. What in the world is Jitto Solana? Is that like a stable coin or something they got rolling around? It's very weird. Anyways, unless you're just only trading Solana or Bonk, I don't know why you'd want to use this exchange. I don't even think they have Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and do our due diligence. Let's launch it one more time. Do they have Bitcoin? Because if you're a decentralized exchange and I can't trade Bitcoin, okay, they do have Bitcoin. Okay, but they don't have Ethereum. I don't know if there's a lot of people trading Ethereum. Doesn't feel like it on a daily basis, that's for sure. Tron chart is up only. TRX very solid. Yeah, I mean, Tron, right? What does Tron have going for it besides moving USDT around on its network? I'm not a big Tron guy. Not because, I don't know, I don't really like Justin Sun. I'm not afraid to say it. A lot of his moves and things that he's done in crypto, somewhat questionable. You know, he's been called out for a lot of stuff. I'm not going to act like I'm any expert on him or what he does. I mostly don't pay any attention to him, to be honest. And I don't really pay much attention to Tron either. But we'll pull it up. I'm not against it. If it's gonna be cooking, it might be something worth getting into. But like, what are the big players on Tron? What's up? Art in the building says hi all. Is this your first time on the stream? Question mark. Let me know. Drop a 111 if this is the first time you've been here. Do appreciate you dropping a chat though. That really shows me that you're a little bit more of a higher quality person just because you'll come in and actually say hello. Nothing against people who don't, but I like when people engage. To me, it makes a lot more sense than just lurking in the background. I don't know. Some people are driving and stuff. Maybe that's what it is. So, do we go degen and look at the 1 minute chart? Price action doesn't look that great, but we'll do something more, you know, relevant. We'll look at the 1 hour here. Actually, let's look at the daily. That's probably a better way to go about it. Now, this is not a technical analysis channel. Just looking to see what I see. I mean, what, some double bottom vibes, maybe like a cup and handle that kind of maybe just started breaking out. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? What's your opinion on 00? Well, we'll definitely take a look at 00 next, so don't go nowhere. Yeah, when you really zoom out, this looks parabolic. But have you missed it? You know what I'm saying? Did we miss it? Do I quickly know where the parabolic thing is? I have it saved on my chart, you know, where I can just grab it quickly, so I don't usually have to come find it. All right, and we're done with that. I couldn't find it. Got to be quick when you're live streaming, right? You can't just sit around. But it looks very parabolic with that curve. When does it end? Kind of have to draw the curve and see the curve and see, not the curb like you drive up on. All right, how do I get this go away? Go away. There we go. So, yeah, I mean, it looks good. Where's it going to go from now? I have no idea. Market cap, 32.45 billion. Sorry, I had a thought in the middle of that. I mean, it's got a pretty big market cap. Do you see another? I mean, Blues Guy definitely is going to think so. Not saying I disagree with you, but do you see another $32 billion rolling into this project in the next couple of months? Could be. All right, so let's move along here. This is Tron. Justin Sun is the founder. And let's go to 00, because that is on our list. It might even be the next coin I was supposed to go over. And it was. It was the next coin we were going to go over anyways, but I appreciate you dropping a comment. Let me drink some of this Greens drink and not try to spill it on my white shirt. All right, mission success. Now I can talk for hours. Let's see. So it's chilling at 60 cents, 00. Somebody asked about it in the Discord. By the way, Art, we have a Discord. It's a free Discord. And there's plenty of conversation going on a daily basis about what's new, what's trending, all of that fun stuff. And so come be a part of it over there. Also, you'll know about what I'm going to be going live on earlier in the day, usually in the morning. I usually post it around like 11:30, 11 o'clock New York time. Could be different where you are. Anyways, but yeah, come over and join the community. Link in the description. So 74, and if it doesn't work, let me know. 74 by market cap. That was fast. Let's look at the max chart. This thing has been out since, I mean, sometimes these things do kind of surprise me. I mean, this thing has been out today, October 2nd. And it already is number 74 by market cap. It's already broken into the top 100 crypto projects. 2 billion, 2.1 billion in market cap. Wow. So 10 billion tokens, 3.4 billion in circulating supplies. That's tokenomics. It's got a Solana contract address. It says it's infrastructure. Again, Binance Alpha Spotlight. Blues Guy says, thanks, bro. You're welcome. Always welcome, man. So where do we go from here? I guess to the website, right? Because all it says is infrastructure. Now, it came out today. Sometimes it takes them a while to really get some of it. And I must have looked at this earlier today. I don't think we've done it on the stream. Well, it just came out. So I guess we didn't. Anyways, the High Performance Global Network. A network of dedicated high-performance links engineered to bring low-latency network to everyone, everywhere. I feel like I've read that. Did we go over this last night? I thought we might have. Used by 300-plus validators around the globe and growing. Give your validator an edge when every validator runs the same stack. Differentiation is scarce. I don't even know if I said that right, but I know the word in my head. It's not coming out right. 00 enables existing validators installations to leverage dedicated low latency network routes from 00 contributors, delivering unmatched performance. 00 built to accelerate blockchain. Private bandwidth, public benefits. All right. So 00 mainnet beta is live. Migrate to the mainnet. So it's coming out of testnet. We're seeing a lot of projects do this, which is totally common to come out of testnet into your mainnet, and then when you hit mainnet, launch your coin. It's why it's very odd when they don't do that, or when they launch the coin and they're still in testnet. But I guess every project gets to decide for themselves. So it is infrastructure. It is a network dedicated to high performance. low latency networks. Not a whole lot to say about it. It's not retail sexy. It's not retail attention grabber, but it could be great. Blues Guy says 100%. Awesome. So let's hop over to what else we got. And then we're going to talk about Binance Alpha Spotlight. Just what it is. So I want to go over this AIA. Or just some details about it, right? $152.6 million in market cap is literally out since September 18th, 2025. So very recently. And 1 billion max supply. 99.5 million circulating supply. It has a SWI contract address and a Binance Smart Chain contract address. I'd like to see it built on SWI. I have a good feeling about that. And since it's so new, we could run down to like the 7-day chart, right? I mean, honestly, we just look at the 24-hour chart. That's where most of the action happened. And it's moving. And it has a very small market cap. Watchman in the house. We've missed you lately, Watchman. Thanks for coming through. I love seeing the names that I'm used to seeing, and I love seeing new names. I just love anybody in the chat, to be honest with you. Got that community vibe, crypto family, crypto IQ raising vibe there. So Binance Alpha Spotlight, again, AI frame. Is everything incubated or given a shout out by Binance Alpha? And what does that mean? Did they give the projects money? Did they just shout them out? We're going to learn more about that in just a minute. So it is AI, as the name does imply. It says D agent, so like decentralized agent, AI. So we can come down here, building trustworthy AI autonomy. We envision a future where AI agents are humans, co-govern decentralized system. All right, let's read that again. We envision a future where AI agents and humans co-govern decentralized systems, making decisions that are transparent, consistent, and anchored in history. So large AI agent infrastructure on SWI, Binance Smart Chain, and Bitcoin. Didn't see a Bitcoin. Well, you're not going to see a Bitcoin contract, but maybe like a layer 2. D-Agent AI empowers AI agents to think, agree, and to remember. So who are their partners? Seems like a good one to pull up over on Crypto Rank. They already exit Crypto Rank out. Let's pull up this AIA. A lot of times they're good about telling us the founders and also telling us seed rounds, stuff like that. So 150 million is what they say here. It's pretty close to what they had over there. Chart on the, what is this, the daily? Oh, this is a 4-hour. Go to more like the hour. So it hit that nice top at like 250, and then it kind of dropped down. Guess pull your fibs and see how you like it, right? So this guy, who I am not even going to try to pronounce his name because that's crazy. Investor, Valkyrie Fund. They didn't raise any money, apparently. Shouldn't laugh at that. And markets. Let's go to markets. PancakeSwap. Of course, I had a BNB, so PancakeSwap would probably be my preference to get it. Actually, Mexi would be my first place to get it. And then PancakeSwap would kind of be my second place to get it. Just depending on where my funds are. You know, if I got to move funds. Anybody else use Mexi Global and is very annoyed that like you can't send money directly to Mexi Global from Coinbase? So annoying. Just send it to Weeks or another exchange that they do accept, and then send it over to Mexi Global. That's what I usually do. And at some point, they'll probably shut that down. It's really annoying. It's supposed to be decentralization, and Coinbase is a big publicly traded company, so they're going to do silly things like that. So we got a founder. What happens if we click on this founder? Does it take us anywhere? Has he founded anything else? Let's go get his Twitter. I wish I could opt out of the warning it tries to give me every time. Although Crypto Rank literally has a premium service. Like, they should be vetting all of the links on their website. Like, come on. So, co-founder of Antipod's partner, co-founder of T9G. No idea what that means necessarily. Projects, obviously, that he's been a part of. The community's activity gives us all the conviction we need. Extending the event and boosting the prize pool isn't a cost, it's an investment in our shared future. Definitely speaking the right words there, right? Here's them getting listed on Gate.io, sorry. Not BitGet. Strategic partners. See if we recognize any of them. They're thrilled about solution provider Syria. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. But you read it. You saw it. Mostly looking for partners here. I want to see who's with it, right? Let's go back. Founders, partners can be a big deal. Watchman. Always see him over on Twitter. All right, where were we? Getting lost in the tabs here. All right, I went back so that we could look at it on Crypto Rank. Don't see anything about seed. Well, I see something about a seed fund and an investor, this Valkyrie fund, but they don't disclose, or they didn't. How can you be an investor if you didn't give any money? So they must have gave some kind of money. It was so small they didn't want to tell us, or it was so big they didn't want. I don't know what that's about. Probably because it's so new, they haven't really got the information over, right? And I got their Twitter pulled up. We just want to be pretty thorough on a new project like this. I like that it's on Sui, but how many people are excited to use things on Sui? I don't know. 318.6 thousand followers. That is not too small. That's pretty nice. Official announcement, our staking universe is live, so you can stake. And on their website, they have a stake function. A lucky draw. Participate in the staking and win big prizes. Okay. So they have like maybe like a random raffle. Annual reward pool. I mean, that's a lot of AIA. What was... Okay, they have 1 billion tokens. Okay, so that's really not that much of the supply. It's kind of cool. If you buy any, you could come stake any. I mean, you'd kind of want to buy it on a decentralized exchange if you were going to stake it. Otherwise, you have to buy it on a centralized exchange, like Mexi Global, and then send it to a separate wallet to do the staking, I would imagine, so that you could connect. Let's look at the AI agent. So products, you got Alpha X, the first AI model developed through DI Agent AI, feedback training mechanism. Okay, but what is it? Revolutionizing crypto trading with precise market prediction and automated strategies. I mean, we've seen a lot of bots in crypto. That's not exactly revolutionary there. So let's see. Deploy customizable trading strategies with ease, lowering the barrier to quant trading and unlock new possibilities. TrueSight. So far everything seems to be about trading, right? TrueSight is an AI-powered DeFi network designed to make online markets more efficient and accurate. Current in MVP stage. AI Oracle. Agents generate real-time data. Oracle's very, very important, honestly, data feed to AIs. So, yeah, I don't know. I was hoping to see AI agents that did more than that. Trading bots and stuff like that are not necessarily hard to come by. Matter of fact, I know somebody in real life who their friend, who I don't know their friend, but they were telling me about it today, went and took a bot, you know, a ChatGPT copy probably, and has it so it gives sports bets, right? And then he took like $3,000 and he went and promoted it on radio to sports radios, right? And he got like 120 customers already signed up for that $3,000. Now I don't know what he charges for it or any of that kind of jazz, but it's not a bad idea. And I feel like trading bots can be very much the same. Now, how well he's gonna do, I guess, really depends on how well his picks do. Anybody ever try to just ask ChatGPT about a sports trade and then trade it? That'd be an interesting, be a fun project. But this isn't a sports channel, so we won't be doing that here. Anyways, let's get off of this. AIA. I feel like we did our due diligence. I'm going to write it down, though. Just because writing it down always helps me remember it. All right, cool. I'm going to put sweet, too. So we never really did talk about crypto bubbles. Usually the first thing we look at, let's kind of break it back to some crypto bubbles. We kind of hopped right in there. MYX having a pretty big pullback. It was a pretty big pumper the other day. So let's see what happens when we go to the weekly. So still up 28% on the week, which means it was up like 50%. Zcash, the big winner, 145%. I talked a little bit about how I feel about Zcash yesterday. So 2Z already down 16% today. And we saw this with a lot of tokens lately. It's not uncommon for a project to come out and people pump and dump it, whether it's VCs or people who bought and it goes up a little and they wanted to make some money. They wanted to day trade on a new coin, but then they got scared. They didn't want to hold it long term, all that stuff. Wow. MYX up 17.1% in the last hour. So when you see it on the daily, it's already bounced. Now that's incorporated, I'm pretty sure, into the daily. All right, I love looking at crypto bubbles, and we didn't do it in the beginning, so we will do it now. So let's bring up our list of things we're going to be looking at. And I guess there's some other things we could look at too. Not spelling things right. There we go. Binance Alpha Spotlight. And before we get into that, let's just talk a little bit about what it is. Okay, let me fix that. It'll take me 2 seconds. I'll fix the link. I don't know why they have to constantly change it. It'll work for 2 or 3 days, and then it'll be messed up. I don't know why they want to change it constantly. It should just be the same link all the time. So many tabs open on the computer. Got to remember where to go. And I will change it out for you. All right, it's changed out. Check it out now. It should definitely work. So here's a breakdown of Binance Alpha. So I pulled this up on ChatGPT, obviously. They're usually pretty dependable with the information. And I didn't get a chance to really read it before we went live. So we're reading this together. So I don't know what it's going to say. What it is, how it works, risks and benefits, and where you can use it. So what is Alpha Binance or Alpha Spotlight? Because it's usually just called Alpha Spotlight, I'm pretty sure. Binance Alpha is a platform initially within Binance Wallet that highlights early stage crypto and Web3 projects for users to explore and possibly invest in. It acts like a pre-listing section pool. Tokens featured in Alpha may be candidates for eventual listing on the main Binance exchange. Though, in conclusion, the Alpha does not guarantee a listing. So they're saying just because it's in the Binance Alpha doesn't really mean that they're going to get listed on Binance. So the spotlight part refers to the fact that the tokens are shown, spotlighted, for a limited period, often 24 hours, during which users can view project details, participate, or purchase. Okay, so it's kind of maybe a place to get some early tokens. And Art, if you could let me know if that worked for you, I would appreciate that. Key features and mechanics. So here are some important components about how the system works. Features, description, quick buy, a simplified way to purchase a Spotlight token from within Binance Wallet with features like automatic token chain selection, slippage adjustment, anti-MEV, all that kind of stuff, right? So projects are chosen based on factors such as community interest, growth, traction, alignment. Pretty pretty standard, typical stuff here. Before a token is launched in the spotlight, a countdown and chain details appear when it's live. So the project is spotlighted for a fixed time in the window. We already went over that. Just seeing if there's any sauce here. In March 2025, Binance rolled out Alpha 2.0, which integrates the Alpha function directly into the Binance exchange, so users don't necessarily need a separate Web3 wallet. And it allows trading via existing Binance accounts, spot and funded, instead of needing a separate wallet. So they basically took it and brought it into their exchange. It sounds like very similar to what Coinbase did. Coinbase used to have its Web3 wallet, right? And now they've rolled it all into Coinbase, which I don't know why that wasn't the move to start with. Honestly, it seems like that makes sense. Art says, good looking out, buddy. I'm in. Thank you. I'm glad that it worked. And I really look forward to seeing you in there. Probably the most active chart in the Discord, I think, would have to be, of course, the main hangout, but also the community charts. People like to post a lot about new coins in there and stuff like that. Are you Jaws? Hit you with the emoji right there. You're probably Jaws. Okay, early access. You get to see and possibly invest in a promising project before they become more widely known. A curation filter. Because Binance is vetting projects to some extent, you avoid the lowest quality ones. So there's some vetting, you know, they're kind of helping you. Reminds me of the token metrics. Mr. J got in the office super early to finally make it to the stream. What's up, Mr. J? I appreciate you being here. Definitely one of the lifers who I would recognize your username anywhere. So, and Art, I just want to say, you know, obviously there's zero pressure to do so, but I do love to know about new people when they come in, about how you got into crypto, what you're into, what you hold. You don't have to tell us any details about how much or anything like that if you're worried about it. But I kind of like to get to know people who come in. If you feel like doing it, zero obligation, obviously. And Mr. J, man, I appreciate you coming over. He says, got in the office super early. Where you at, Mr. J? Can't be where I'm at because it's not super early. So where it is, how to view it. So apparently it's the Binance app / the Binance wallet. I don't have the Binance. Well, I have the Binance app. I'm just not logged into it. I thought I'd have a couple more minutes to prepare for the stream today. And my wife just really wanted to go down to a local trail and kind of go for a walk for 15, 20 minutes. So I caved and did that. And that is why I kind of had to rush to the stream. But y'all don't care about that. This is about crypto, right? So Meme Core. Ticker M. Meme Core has done very well. And it was a Binance Alpha. So what it reminds me a lot is like token metrics. Token metrics is something I really want to subscribe to and use on the channel. And so $3.5 billion in its market cap. Got it on the 24-hour chart. We want to look more at the max chart. It's up 3,400%. And July 2nd, I didn't know about it back then, but I did know about this before the big pump. Probably somewhere in this region here where it was at like 42 cents. And I thought about getting some, but then I was like, I don't know if I want to get into some meme stuff right now. Oh, based in Hong Kong. I'm assuming HK stands for Hong Kong. That's probably accurate. Okay, well, that makes sense as to why it is morning for you and night for me. And shout out to you. Thank you for coming to the live stream. Let's see, Twitter. So what time is it in Hong Kong right now? We're going to check on their Twitter real quick. Being a meme core, you would think they have a lot of followers. So 342.1 thousand. I mean, that's not small. I love the picture. I love the metaverse idea. And what is Meme Core? Let's go to their website. I don't know. Oh, I just clicked Twitter again. I don't know if I've ever been to their website. It seems like something that would aggregate or have many different memes to get together, right? So the first L1 blockchain specifically built for meme coins. Now, I did know that they were an L1. And what is the value of being specifically built for meme coins? You know? Is it supposed to be so laggy looking? Seems like this website has a lot going on, so it's just a little laggy. I don't know if that's a good move or not. And my computer is not slow. It's a gaming computer, so it usually does pretty well. There's a little dot here about us. Yeah, tell me more. Okay. It is very glitchy. It's very weird. Nothing else is running like that. Memecore is a creative studio for make memes last forever. There's too many memes. They can't all last forever, right? Meme 2.0 is the very beginning of viral economy. I mean, I'm all for like memes that actually have a purpose and do something, and you just like make it very meme-ish for branding and marketing. That seems like a good idea, but like for every person in the world to just have like a personal meme coin that they made, that I think is a little ridiculous, right? So meme 2.0 is where participation matters more than pure hype. It's not about chasing pumps. It's about tracking what you gave and what you risked and what you built. So in meme 2.0, every click, every trade, every burn counts. TVL loss shows the cost of the chaos, and hard work shows the proof of the effort. And I mean, it's just all about meme coins. So is it also a launch pad? I would think that it would be. So airdrop, meme X. What is meme X? For all memes. So this is the launch pad, huh? The most accessible meme coin social launch pad. Accessible, not successful. In my head, I read successful. Your profile equals meme coin. Connect personal value with economic worth. So meme X. Okay, so is this gonna be? They want to build like a Twitter, but like every account is a meme coin. Meme X is the easiest and most accessible meme coin trading launchpad designed for everyone to create, launch, and benefit from their own meme coin with zero hassle. No technical skill needed. All you need to do is create an account and you're live. I didn't think the barrier to entry to making a meme coin was that high, but okay, they're making it a little easier. Check out in the chat. Blues Guy says, hi and welcome everyone. Join the Discord for more info on the next live stream and chats between crypto friends and new upcoming projects. Glad I did. Got some gems. Hey, there's a little bit of testimony for you. And thank you for saying that, Blues Guy. I am not prompting him to do that. That is just a genuine person in the community taking part and stepping up. I love to see it. It's 8:45 a.m. here. Okay. It's 8. I'm sure it was 8:45 p.m. when you said that here. So love the wackiness, matches the meme theme. Yeah, it really does. And this idea, at first I was like, now I get it. See, I didn't get it at first because I didn't do my deep dive. I didn't do my research like I should have. You know, I saw it was meme core and I didn't really think much of it. But if they do a good job of putting together a social media, you know, like Twitter, it's called Meme X. So I don't know if they want to somehow integrate with X. Probably not, because obviously you would have to get the approval of X to do that, and that would be huge and probably very hard to roll out. So I don't know if they technically do that, but if they make something very similar, I could see it doing really well, and this might be the way. I mean, you saw Zora try to do the same thing, and the idea is the same. So on Zora, if anybody followed Zora, and it's kind of social-fi vibe, and it has a working product, although it's not very exciting if you're over there. It's the early days of it. They do the same thing, but they do every post is a coin, right? And it's not like listed in a listing somewhere, but when you see the post, you can buy some of the post, right? And if the post does really well, the value of the post goes up, and therefore the value of what you hold goes up. But it's not just the account. Now, Femex, I know they have a social side of things. I should go check that out again and see how much it's grown, or if it just was a dud. And there's a couple other people who've done a very similar thing. The idea of having a coin that's associated with, you know, your profile is a good idea, because people could come in and, you know, maybe it's the early days and you see Elon Musk there and it's verified it's the real Elon Musk, right? Maybe you take a couple shots on him on some different ones until you get the real one, right? And yeah, so then you get it super early, and because he's Elon Musk, and this could be applied to any very popular person, that his coin goes way up, right? And so then you could sell it later. That's kind of the idea, to let your value be represented in like kind of market cap. And there's different ways you could apply it. So I could see how this could work. It seems like somebody, maybe it's Meme Core, somebody's going to nail this narrative in SocialFi. But so far I haven't seen anybody really nail it. See what we have for airdrops. So you connect a wallet. Great artwork. Love the artwork. Yeah, you connect a wallet and see if you're eligible for some airdrops. Go ahead and connect a wallet just for the fun of it. I highly doubt they're giving me airdrops, as I was not doing anything with Meme Core. All right, how's the chat? So just Blues Guy saying hi to Mr. J. And I really hope you enjoyed the stream, Mr. J. All right, check eligibility. Here, I might have to zoom out a little bit because everything is like not on the screen. What happened? You are not eligible. Shocker. I saw that coming, but it was still fun to kind of do that. Definitely not eligible because I didn't do anything with Meme Core, so why would they give me some? Build on Meme Core, so apply for grants. I think we pretty much covered this, and we'll move on. A cool looking project. I wish I would have known about it a little earlier. What's its market cap right now? I think I said 3.5 billion. And again, if this does wind up being a highly usable social media apparatus, to say it one way, this thing could do some serious numbers. 3.5 billion market cap would be nothing. You know, for it to go to like 100 billion market cap would make a lot of sense if it worked well. I mean, just factor into your mind what Twitter's worth, and then maybe go like 5-6% of that if they have a good working product. Just want to check one thing. I know we just went there, but let me just do this real quick, because did they have a working social media, or was it just outlining what it's gonna be? Bro, the landing page is glitchy. And it wouldn't be on my end. It's probably whatever servers or whatever they're connected to, hosting it, Amazon Web Service or something like that. They did not buy enough data. And I'm not a super techie person, so I don't know. So go to Memex. Okay. So we were on like a landing page. We weren't actually at Memex. So the most accessible meme coin, sign in with X. So you could link your X to Memex. So that could be a cool way to do it, where it's like a social media that's like Twitter. And instead of getting... That's actually probably a good idea. So instead of getting Twitter to actually get on board, they could just port people over by having them sign in with X. All right, I'm going to leave that up because I will mess with that another time. That might be worth doing there. And like I said, we will move on now. Blues Guy. Oh, first Mr. J says, I can see Memex being the next big thing or the biggest platform for rug pulls. Yeah, either way, for sure. And if the meme coins that you're making are more linked to like your profile and stuff, maybe that'll help it not be such a rug pull. But if you've been on pump.fun, I don't know. I mean, it must be younger kids, earlier people, whatever, however you want to say that. But to me, it just looks like straight treachery. I don't know why you'd want to be there. Interesting project, by the way. The more you dig, the more interesting it gets. Memex, X does mark the spot. Yeah, we were talking about that quite a bit the other day, Blue Sky, for sure. X marks the spot. So Ondo was given the Alpha Spotlight. And remember, all of these coins are just coins that were first listed over on Alpha Spotlight. Now I know a little bit more about what Alpha Spotlight is. I mean, sure, I could guess. Mr. J says 100%. 00, we already went over. Aerodrome. At this point, we're going to be mostly looking at coins that we don't know. Saros, we've talked about Saros a couple of times, but we're going to talk about it some more, because I don't remember what it is. Anybody, before I go down, can anybody put in the chat while I get something to drink for 2 seconds what Saros is, category-wise? Like, what is it? I guess it's not the best challenge, because you could just, like, go Google it real quick, huh? Can't wait to start doing, like, some giveaways and stuff. So, 0.30 cents. Max chart says January 18th, 2024. Although it stayed pretty flat up until March 2nd, 2025. And then it just took off. Up 1,500%. So if you wanted your 10x or your 15x, you could say, you definitely got it. And that's where it is right now. It was up higher all the way to like 40 cents. So it was up another 10 cents from here. $794.8 million in its market cap currently. 10 billion tokens, 2.6 circulating. So just slightly over a quarter of all the tokens are out. Solana contract address, eviction contract address. And I want to look into eviction. There's a couple L1s that I see pop up sometime that I really don't know anything about. We were talking about Secret last night as I was hopping off, and I was tired. I wasn't even making any sense of it. I still want to know what Celestia has to do with Secret, and then where is Celestia's main contract address? Like, you know, they have an Explorer called Celestium or something like that. Where is the contract address with the little icon, like the native one? Why is it all wrapped in Secret? I don't know. It was very weird. Explored Solana's liquidity layer. So this is about Solana's liquidity layer. They got pairs here. And let's go down to the categories. Decentralized exchange. Decentralized finance. So it's a DEX. It's decentralized finance. We'll pull up their Twitter just to see how many followers they have. I mean, followers definitely a good indication of how much traction they're getting. 91.2 thousand. So not in like the, 200,000-300,000 range, but 100,000 is not too shabby. From 50 million to 100 million, target achieved in 2 days. This is their pin post from September 17th, and it got 82,000 impressions. So almost as many as they have followers. I will go ahead and follow them. Feel free to follow me, Crypto Ron with the blue check mark facing the little thumbnail. I don't know what I'm supposed to call it. Maybe it's a thumbnail. And yeah, make sure you go to the verified account. I don't know if there's any imposters, but it's going to happen at some point. I don't message you. If you think I'm messaging you, go to the Discord and, put at Underground Crypto or something like that, and I'll see it. But 9 out of 9 times, pretty much 100%, I'm not messaging you. All right, so where can you get this at? Mexi Global, Saros AMM Automated Market Maker. So they have their own decentralized exchange, so you can get it from them as well. All right, let's go to the website and see if we can launch this thing. All right, so it took us straight to the Web3 website. A lot of times they have a Web2 landing page before you actually can, get over to the Web3 website where you can link a wallet and actually use it. So you can hit the swap. So it's more of a swap. And it talks about Solana liquidity, right? So you could earn by staking. You got legacy staking and Saros Garden. What is Saros Garden? My eyes. Let's put it in dark mode, right? And so stake Saros, earn Berry. So you can stake Saros and earn Berry. What is the APY? Kind of an important factor to know. What's the APY right now? So they have 95 million in TVL. But I'd like to know what I'm earning, right? Maybe if you connect a wallet, they'll tell you. So you can add liquidity. So your liquidity, and you could add it. I mean, again, with maybe like an APY, or tell me what I'm going to get out of doing that would be a good idea. Again, maybe when you connect your wallet, they tell you that stuff. It says they have perpetuals. This is what I was trying to get to here. Like if they're a DEX, then they should be set up like a DEX, you know. DEX is all the rage right now. And again, my eyes. Can we make it so everything automatically goes into dark mode? That would be great. Okay. And what are our pairs here? See a lot of pairs. Yeah, just scrolling. There's lots of stuff here. And how's the sound, everybody? How's the music? Is it too loud, too quiet? If the music ever is too lame, I can't hear the music, by the way. It's just playing through like a digital audio jack thing. So if it sucks or something, let me know. I'll change it. Easy to do. Also, how's the microphone? Is it too loud? Do I have it like maxed out? Or is it too quiet? One day somebody told me the microphone was too quiet and we had to turn it up for you. And that's Saros. It's a decentralized exchange. It seems to be doing phenomenal. And, you know, for a decentralized exchange, what do we feel like a top out is? You know, what's a high market cap that becomes kind of the top range for a decentralized exchange? It's a good question. Let's go to the coin perspective. So the coin perspective, I also want to bring up the V2 bubble maps. We have all kinds of tools on the channel that we use. Obviously, I don't own them or anything. We just use them. All right, cool. So we'll come over here and what was it? Saros? Yep. So is this like George Soros? That's like what keeps coming to my mind every time I read it. Yeah, I need that dark mode to protect them eyes. Exactly. Even on this page. There we go. So much better. I was watching a streamer one time and he said like if you leave things in light mode and don't change them to dark mode, it's a good sign you're probably a psychopath. And it's a little harsh, but I agree with him. I do agree with him. So here we are. I just wanted to compare this to Aster. Guess you could compare it to Avantis too, but I'm pretty sure Aster has a much bigger market cap, right? Of 3 billion. It's fallen a little bit. I think it was 3.4 or 3.5 billion when I last looked at it. But anyways, you would get 282% gains out of this thing if you entered now in Saros at 30 cents and it went up to $3 billion in market cap. So, I mean, this is why getting into projects early and knowing the market cap and knowing your tokenomics is so important. Because, yes, this thing is up 1,500%. But I feel like a lot of novices and people with, unfortunately, hate to say it, lower crypto IQs would come into this kind of thing and say, oh, you know, it'll probably do another 1,500%. And it could do that. But now you're saying it's going to, you know, to catch up with Aster, it only needs 282%. To get another 1,500% would make it like the top decentralized exchange on the market right now. Assuming that Aster is the highest one. It's the highest one I know of. So, with that being said, it bring it up to $1.16 and you'd be up, you know, 282% or almost a 3x, 2.5x for sure. And that is why the coin perspective is so good, because would that be what you want to run into? Because you think about multiples on your money, right? So maybe there's smaller projects that would do a lot better. Either way, that's Saros. We covered it. It's a decentralized exchange. We raised our crypto IQ, and that means I'm doing my job. Now, I actually wanted to keep that. I wanted to pull it up on the Bubble Maps V2. Just see what we find. We've been finding some interesting things on here. Playing detective a little bit. All right, that is a Discord link. That is not what I literally just copied. Okay, because I didn't copy it. Oh, that makes sense. All right, so here's Soros. Let's pull it up. If you've never seen VMAP or V2 bubble maps, pretty cool. So, wow, it's a lot. And another question about this that I have is when they're showing us these wallets, I mean, it can't be. I was going to say is the tokens that are not out yet, right? So the tokens that are not out into circulation yet, where are those? Where are those held? You know what I mean? Are they just held in a wallet somewhere where they were first created at? I don't know. You'd think that big projects with a lot of money would be more sophisticated than that. So you have this central wallet, and you can kind of pull it around. You can see the connection, the chain. This central wallet really holds a crap ton of the supply. Now, whose wallet is this? Let's pull it up. Doesn't really say. It says 425,000 in from one address. 153 million out to 23 addresses. So they have really split up all the supply. Mic great, music low. So should we bring the music up? We were messing with the music a little bit. All right, I brought the music up a little bit. Let me know if that's too much. Mr. J, you can change the settings on your end too. Mic great, can't hear music for me. Okay, I turned the music up a little bit. Hopefully you can hear it. And let's make sure it's still playing. It is still playing. Awesome. A little bit of live changing out there, right? Settings. So I did not get the words that I wanted out. So the one thing I was wondering is, this is a lot of supply here, right? And then you have these, what are these, like private or something? A super node. So these are nodes. One has 14%, one has 11%. And then you have this upgrade authority that has 24%. But right there, 24, that's 38, that's 49%. So like almost 50% of the coins. Now, are these the ones that haven't come out yet? That's always my biggest question. Are the coins that are not in circulation yet, are they even being represented here? I mean, they must be, because if you have 50% of the supply just in these first three, which seem like they're owned and controlled by the project, so that's not the most surprising thing there. But either way, you have this one wallet that has tons of other wallets connected to it. I don't know if they were selling it in Telegram or something like that. We'll move on, though. We won't spend forever on that. But that's deep dive and research. You know, we get nitty gritty a little bit. We spent 2 days deep diving at Noma and its ecosystem. So don't want to over deliver or under deliver. I want to hit right in the sweet spot when it comes to our deep dive research, right? Blues guy, what settings? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, Mr. J. I don't know what settings you can change for yourself if you're watching a video on YouTube. So $667.4 million in market cap. Binance contract. Don't see any other contracts. This is AB. And only category is Binance Alpha. So maybe we're stumbling upon a gem here. I don't know. Sorry, I assumed you were on your phone. I'm on my phone, Samsung. I can tone it down. Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. Get AB. Fully diluted value, 822.1 million. I don't even understand how they get fully diluted values a lot of times. That's something I should raise my own crypto IQ on, and I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not up here like a Mr. Know-It-All. We are learning and deep diving together. These are a lot of different exchanges you can get this on, though. So it's pretty well connected. What's the max chart say? Oh, it's been around a long time. That's why. Since 2019, looks like April 17th, 2019. And wow, it didn't do much. It like came out, crashed to the ground, somehow survived through just years of literal nothingness. I mean, you're talking 0.00004. And it eliminated 2 zeros. Somebody got a heck of a come up on this. Let's go to the year chart. Yeah, see, the year chart's a better reflection because on the max chart, it's talking about when it first came out, and that really influences the percentage. At that point, you're only up 10%. But when you go to the year chart, this project crushed it. I'm on my phone too, trying to figure out how to change settings on the phone. If it's an iPhone, you're in Hong Kong, so I have no idea what kind of phone you could be using. I don't know. Do they use Apple phones over there? Do they have their own stuff? Have no idea. So, yeah, dude, this thing crushed it. I mean, 22,000%. And here's the thing. This is not like if you got in. This is really actually pretty interesting. This is not like one of those situations where like if you bought this meme token or this coin like the day it launched somewhere and nobody knew or nobody cared. It was the middle of the bear market. You know, one of those scenarios. You could have bought this thing just down here a year or two ago and you'd be up 22,000%. People want to do 1,000x. I mean, talk about a 2,000x. I mean, man, hopefully my math is right on that. All right, back to the website. Not a whole lot to show here. I don't even know what it is. Ecosystem fund. Why did this thing get such a ginormous pump up to 667 million? Just running through some numbers here. Yo, what happened? This just totally changed. This was not even what it was a minute ago. So that was log. Okay, what does log do? All right, now I'm completely lost. So Newton Project has been rebranded to AB DAO. So it's a DAO. This is so weird because this now tells a completely different story. And I feel a little ignorant now. What is log? And why does it influence it so much? What a big difference. Is it like the same price though? So it's January 7th, 2021, 0.003. January 7th, 2021. You're even just roughly in the same place here. And it has a different price. All right, maybe somebody can explain this to me because I don't understand this. And this is why we're always learning together. I mean, I use CoinGecko almost every day. And I must have clicked log at some point. And for January 7th, I know we're taking a minute on this, but we use this every day. I want to make sure that I have some idea what this is. So yeah, January 7th, that's 2022. So January 17th, any of these would be fine. So January 10th, 2021, then we'll click log and we'll go to January 10th, 2021. Come on. Okay, and it is roughly the same. Okay. It just kind of squashes down the price. So Hong Kong is pretty much an Asian version of New York. Products we use here pretty much the same except for the cars. Okay. Hey, that is... You raised my IQ. It wasn't a crypto IQ, but it's my world IQ. You definitely just raised it right there. And shout out to anybody who's here as we've rolled into our hour and 15-minute mark here. Appreciate everybody who comes to the live. And I don't know if anybody knows, Reliable J broke his neck or something of that nature. I keep seeing him in a neck cast. Pretty sure he broke his neck. It was pretty wild. I didn't know why everybody was saying like to pray for him or something like that. Something was going on in the chat, and then it kind of went quiet, and I didn't feel like anybody really said what was going on and I caught him on a live a couple of days ago. I've known for a few days. So definitely prayers and best regards to him. And I hope he gets better soon. And that's probably why I haven't seen him on here much lately. I was kind of wondering because he's Reliable J. He is very reliable. So I knew something must be going on. So Morpho, $1.95, up 53%. 645.1 million in its market cap. Max chart. Yeah, log just like changes the shape. I don't know. It's weird. I don't want it on. Now I don't even know if I normally look at stuff with log on or log off. I don't like it. I will be deep diving that when we get off. November 20th, 2024 at $1.27. And therefore it's up 53% from its max chart. Okay, seems more like 25%, but maybe my math's off. 1 billion max supply token. 331.4 million in circulating supply. We got DeFi, lending protocol, all kinds of different portfolios, Morpho ecosystem. So it must be like a layer 1, right? If it has its own ecosystem, maybe not. Pull up the Twitter, get rid of a lot of these tabs that we've already pulled up. Keep this Memex up. I want to look into that. All right, we'll keep Coin Perspective and all that other stuff up. So 78.3 thousand followers over on Twitter. It says they're hiring. Pin post September 29th, 538 impressions. Since the 29th, doesn't seem like they're getting any traction. I mean, how do you get 538 impressions when you have 78.3 thousand followers? That's a little suspect, I think. Could just be a dud, but that's not normal. I mean, this post from 8 hours ago got 10,000 impressions. I don't know. Something doesn't seem right about that at all. Mr. J says, I didn't know what happened to him. Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened to Reliable J, like how it happened. I just see him go live on Twitter and stuff, and he's got a netcast on and stuff. Keep trying to comment on it, but he's like on and off so fast. Hey, what's up, Deep Dive on Anoma Underground? Great job. Thank you. I had a lot of fun doing it. It did get kind of techie, and I noticed that views were down, but I don't even think it had to do with that, because honestly those lives got a lot of views later on compared to what I normally get after we're live. And how many people want to watch something that was live, like a 3-hour live on Anoma, after it's already been live? So I don't think it was the attention on it. I think it was just the market and the attention around the market. Okay, now I'm back to my own Twitter. I do that, and then I'll start scrolling, and I'm like, wait a second. I'm live. I'm doing a live show. I can't be scrolling my own Twitter here. And the funny thing is, on a normal day, I would not really scroll much Twitter either way. So don't do it when I'm live. So send in Reliable J positive vibes. Yeah, everybody, say something nice to him. Say a prayer for him. Say something nice to him. And tell him that Underground Crypto was talking about him in a good way. Zero gravity. I just realized I never put the glasses on. At this point, they're more of just like a prop. So $2.84. No point in putting them on now. Notice I haven't been messing up the reading as much. 603.8 million in market cap. I was about to say million followers. Start jumbling everything together here. Let's hit that water. One drink down. So what did everybody think about that AIA? Looked pretty interesting. I should have wrote down its market cap, because that's a piece of information I would like to be able to review pretty easily. Also, I should start putting dates on my notes. Thought about that the other day too. Anyways, I'm just thinking aloud. Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum Smart Chain. We're just deep diving together. We're just a chill community of deep diving people. Crypto researching, I should say. Now, Zero Gravities looks pretty cool. We were talking about this thing before they even launched the coin, I'm pretty sure. At this point, there's been so many projects, even though I've only been streaming for like, I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months that we've been doing this show. And we've already been finding projects before they even come out. Anoma was another one. I found Anoma the night before it came out. And so far that hasn't probably served you all that well because the price is still sitting at like 10.5 cents. I bought in at 12 cents or 11.5, something like that. But it doesn't have much room to go to the bottom, right? So there's that. To me, that's always a silver lining. Like, unless it goes to zero, it doesn't have much room to fall. So the Zero Gravity Foundation is the steward of decentralized AI as a public good. I don't like when they throw that in there. I'm very transparent about how I feel about it. Like, just throwing in as a public good just seems like you're trying to deflect from people who think AI is going to, harm us in some way, shape, or form. We support the world's first AI Layer 1 designed for transparency, verifiability, and scalability. But I do like those things. The Zero Gravity, and it's a 0G. They need to put like a slash through it or something because like when I super chatted in the Lifers, live stream, I think he was looking for 0G, and I'm pretty sure he went to something totally different, which I did the exact same thing when I first found it. I found it and I was like searching for it in CoinGecko as 0G, so they need to write it out, right? It wasn't until actually it was written out somewhere that I realized that it's zero gravity or 0G. So the foundation is supported by a global network of contributors who bring deep technical expertise and real-world impact. Hope you like the side salad conversation that I constantly bring up while we're supposed to be reading the website. So the 0G ecosystem is scaling faster than any other AI blockchain to date with rapid adoption across infrastructure, research, and partnerships. Let's go look at the market cap again. It's less than $1 billion market cap. If it is the, scaling faster than any AI blockchain to date, hopefully price would reflect that, right? And we've gone over this several times. So for the fact that a lot of people here are my constant here all the time people, it's a weird way to say that, but you know what I'm saying. I'm going to spare all of you from me reading the entire website again. Also, if you're new here and you've never dropped a comment, drop a comment. Put never commented, something. Let us know you're here. Link to the Discord in the description. Would love to hear about why you got into crypto, what you're into in crypto. Do you like metaverse? Do you like decentralized exchanges? Are you only into memes? Do you only hold Shiba in you? Let us know because, that just kind of lets us know what kind of content and things we should talk about. It said ecosystem. I was hoping it was going to give me projects like within its ecosystem. And it didn't. It didn't do that at all. So we're going to move on. Again, we've covered 0G a lot. If 0G is something you want to know more about or any project, put it in the Discord. Why do I have to hit the back button literally 10 times? I count it every time to get it to go back on CoinGecko. And it's only when I'm live streaming. So we're going to bring this up because I keep seeing it trending everywhere. And I've been neglecting to click on it because it's Falcon Finance. And finance, not the most exciting thing to read. Honestly, a lot of times it's our due diligence to go over them, and we do. We've been over Falcon Finance since I first saw it trending I imagine when it came out, right? September 29th. This thing has not been out very long, right? And I already feel like I've seen it a million times. Check the chat. So anyways, my point is we're going to touch on it real quick, but financial stuff, a lot of times, all the websites seem like they say the same thing. Their lending protocol, staking, liquidity, all that jazz. So $422 million in its market cap, Ethereum contract, Binance Smart Chain contract. It's a decentralized exchange. It's Binance Alpha Spotlight, of course, because that's what we're going over right now. Let's look at their Twitter. Falcon Finance. They should really sponsor some ads with like the NFL team or something. That would make a lot of sense, right? The first universal collateralization infrastructure powering on-chain liquidity and yield over 1.5 billion USDF in circulation. So they have their own stablecoin. And I don't know what flag that is. Oh, that's Singapore. Okay, that makes sense. Token 2049. Where the lifers at? Maybe he talked to the Falcon Finance team. Maybe they're going to sponsor the lifer channel. I don't know. Does anyone want to start taking bets for how long it takes before I finally get a sponsor for the channel? I'm waiting for it. And I won't just let anybody come in, so... And I'm not going to show you coins. If somebody hits me up and they say, hey, make a coin review, I will make a coin review. And the first thing I'm going to say in the coin review is, hey, they paid me to do this coin review, whether they like it or not. Talk jazz me to us, brother. Well, Alex Coling, I don't know if you've ever commented before, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. And I will look at that for you. When new people come in the chat, we got to go right to what they want, because they might leave and then they might not get a positive experience and they might not ever raise their crypto IQ, and that would be a tragedy here at Underground Crypto. I mean, I do a whole Jazz Me. I bought like $1,000 worth of Jazz Me. Think about $1,000. Yeah, I bought $1,000 worth of Jazz Me, and I regret it. I do regret it. I'm underwater. I think it's worth like $400 or something like that. I'm underwater quite a bit on it. It might be the crypto that I'm most underwater on. And it doesn't really matter because everything else is done so well. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. If you thought like that, like I'm saying, like I should have never got into it. If you always thought like that, you'd probably never get into much of anything. So here's their max chart. They're down 97.9%. Now, with that being said, being down as much as they are, who knows what could happen, because I don't know, maybe somebody would want to get a hold of this like a pump group and pump it because it's underwater so much. Still $636.6 million in its market cap. Hopefully, Alex, you understand tokenomics. Hopefully, you've heard me say that the Discord link is in the description, because I would love to have you over there and a part of the community. We're all about raising the crypto IQ. I won't go through the full spiel, but it's something like that. 50 billion max supply tokens. I'm saying I hope you understand tokenomics. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. 48.4 billion in circulating supply. So at this point, most of the tokens are out. Now, the amount that still has to come out is a lot of tokens, but it's a game of proportions, right? It's a game of percentages. Percentage-wise, how many tokens need to come out? Because it would be going into the circulating supply and diluting it, and it would be felt about in the aspect of how many are coming into the circulating supply. Hopefully that made sense. I never know where people are at when it comes to tokenomics and what they understand, but if you don't understand that stuff, just stick around, and if you hop in the Discord, I can explain it even more, and that goes to anybody. So Ethereum contract, and we'll go to their website. Now, I think one of the big things about Jasmy is they were talking about a partnership. Yeah, English, please. Thank you. They were talking about, and it didn't really change anything, they were talking about a partnership with, was it Sony? There was a heavy speculation that they were going to have a partnership with Sony. So let's read here where it's in English. What is Jasmy Coin? And I'll be honest, Jasmy Coin is one of the things I bought. It was trending. It was doing well. It looked like there was a ton of hype around it. And I didn't do my due diligence, and I didn't really research what it was at all. I still honestly don't really know what Jasmy is. And that is, on my part, a fail. And I can't think of any other coins that I have that I don't know what it is. So Jasmy Coin is the native token of the Jasmy platform, a Japanese-based project that allows users to control the use of their personal data and get paid for sharing it. In a nutshell, data generated from IoT devices like smartphones and tech wearables is securely stored in data lockers on the Jasmy platform. Merchants pay access these data lockers using Jasmy Coin. Okay, well, this opens up a lot of questions. Now, data is definitely one of the most profitable things out there. I mean, they're collecting your data all the time. Every app, every like free app that you use, I mean, it's free to you, but they're collecting data. And they're selling that data to merchants and pretty much anybody who wants to buy it. They don't really care why they want your data, but they're going to sell it to them, right? So are they collecting your data with these things and then selling it and then not putting any of that profit back into the market cap? Or are they just doing a poor job and not getting much money for the data? Are they not getting many buyers for the data? Is the data that they're collecting not very useful to marketers and stuff? I don't know. I don't know at all. I've seen similar projects like this come out. With it being based in Japan and stuff, it just makes it feel a little bit harder to put a pulse on it. Mr. J, you still here? You could maybe tell us more about this. You're in Hong Kong. There is no guarantee in life. We know nothing but our own ignorance. Exactly. Every loss, every loss is a lesson to be better. Trader, God bless. Exactly. Trader. And I mean, if you buy and you hold for 4 years, I mean, in my opinion, you're still a trader. It's just a very, very, very long swing trade. You don't have to use leverage to be a trader, right? I think if you buy or sell it, pretty much anything, you're a trader in some aspect. This is all in Japanese. I can't read much of it. Is it ever going to do anything? I don't know. I just hope that I get back to break even so that I can get out of this coin, because it was a huge fail so far. And I'm going to tell you honestly, I don't think this thing is ever coming back. I mean, it was as high. What's the all-time high for this thing? Dude, its all-time high was $4.79. It's down 99.7%. Man, I got washed on that one. And its all-time low was 3 years ago. So, yeah. So, Mr. J says, let me do some research on Jasmine and get back to you in the Discord. I would love that. I would really, really appreciate that. Maybe with you living a little closer over to that area and stuff, you could kind of put us on pulse a little bit more, because I don't really understand how the people there feel about it, you know? I know a lot of people hyped it up, but were those paid influencers and stuff that got everybody rallying around it? I don't know. Because it doesn't seem like it performed, and there should be, I mean, if I was building a project like that, just out of my own thought, speculation, I would have it built in where some of the money that we were making from selling it to different data people was going into our market cap, because that's what keeps us relevant. That's what keeps people caring about the project. A lot of questions there, a lot of questions. So you got Mog Coin. Is this just a meme coin? It has $326 million in it. It is a meme. Cat themed. Murad Picks. Binance Alpha. So, I mean, it did well. It's a 4chan themed meme. If you know, you know what a 4chan is. Ethereum, Avalanche, and Base. I love to see an Avalanche contract in there. And this is Mog. So what's important to know about Mog, right? And why did Mog do well? Maybe because it was on Avalanche? I don't know. Avalanche hasn't done all that hot, especially things on it. Is it because it is on Base blockchain? Maybe. That might be more reasonable, right? All right. So Alex says Q2 2026 PP Jasmine is 42 cents US. Where did you get that from? Is that something that you're saying, or is that something you're getting from someone else? I definitely will kind of take a little bit of a look at that, right? Because I already forgot where it was at. Got to understand, I look at, like, I don't know, probably something close to 100 coins a day. So right now it's at 1 cent. And it's all-time high. I don't have time right now to pull it up on Coinbase and see exactly when I got into it. But yeah, if it did that, that would be great. I probably won't. I probably will still. Because if you go off the 4-year Bitcoin cycle, I probably would have sold this at the top of the market. Why would Jasmine be up that much? It says, sorry, 0.42. What, cents? Yeah, okay, I knew what you meant, actually. Because, yeah, 4 cents wouldn't be all that extreme. Luckily, I read it wrong, so it worked out well. Updated roadmap for Jasmine, looking tasty. I mean, I hope it does something. Maybe it was really early. It rolled out early before they really had working product and stuff, and so maybe people were majorly disappointed, and maybe they've righted that, and maybe they've figured it out. I don't know. Again, all speculation here. July 20th, 2023 from MogCoin here. And we'll just read real quick about MOG. So but it's more than just a coin. It's a tokenized winning. MOG is effortless cosmic domination of unadulterated success, distilled into computer photons, wrapped into ERC20, and placed directly on the Ethereum blockchain. MOG is a movement. It's a way of life. Since day one, MOG has built its community organically from the ground up with one goal in mind: be a culture-defining force in crypto ecosystem. Okay. So they want to be on top of the culture. They want to set the trends. They got the Vipers. So they're selling Vipers. Is this where the money for the market cap is coming from? I just had so many very interesting thoughts at one time. I don't even know how to share them with you all. And Alex, I appreciate you coming in and being active and saying all that. That's really awesome. I appreciate that. So if you're a marketer, right, this is just a couple thoughts. We're going to pause for a minute. I just want to talk to you, right? Because we are a community. We are kind of a crypto family. Not kind of. We are a crypto family around here. So one thought, I don't know what the regulation would be on this, but like, what about having a project, could be even like a meme coin project, right? There was like a blockchain lottery. Now, when it comes to lottery, you take in far more money. Like they buy a $5 scratch off. It's digital. They do this on gambling websites. You could do this on stake.com. They have digital lottery things. But if you made a whole meme coin and brand about it, it might do really well. And you could do something like 50-cent scratch offs, right? 25-cent scratch off. You have people in there playing all day long. Get it audited, stuff like that. You probably make a racket doing something like that. And obviously you're taking in far more money than you're paying out, right? The other thought that I had when I saw those pit vipers is if you're somebody who markets a product, having a meme coin in a community maybe around that product and then using it, just mentioning it like they did, right? How many pairs of pit vipers do you think they've sold since January 20th, 2023 in their website? And I'll pull it back up for a half a second just so you can see it. These are all really good ideas. Alex says he's loving the channel. Hey, hopefully we got another sub and another underground crypto community member. And I appreciate you being here if I didn't already say that. For a small channel, those likes and those new people who come and enjoy the channel is monumental for me. And I appreciate every single one of you guys. So let's go down. And I'm not just saying that. Right here, get 69 cents off a pair of pit vipers. And you go here and they're selling pit vipers. Now, did they plan on doing this the whole time? And you go right to pitviper.com. I'm sure it's an affiliate link, right? And think of this, like you don't even have to hold any of this stuff. And what do you think the affiliate amount of money they're giving you? Wow, that is not coming to my brain what that should be called. It happens. But anyways, how much money do you think they're getting per like $100 sale for Pit Viper? They're getting $10, $15, $20. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. As big as a company, I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting like 30%. But anyways, it's just an idea. If you're a marketer and you sell a product, create a meme coin, put a meme coin around it, and yeah, go from there. I don't know. Just wanted to share that. Somebody out there, hopefully will see it, who is marketing products. I don't have time for that or much of anything else other than this channel and my other businesses. So build on. And see, I normally wouldn't have gone over that meme coin, and that meme coin brought so many pretty fresh thoughts to my brain. Honestly, the whole lottery ticket gambling thing, I don't know how that doesn't already exist. That's got to be easy to do. I probably shouldn't even put that out there for everybody, but I mean, it's all right. I live in abundance, just like Lifer always says. Such a good thing to keep in mind. You rather live in scarcity or you live in abundance. You know, there is no in between. Me messing up my microphone. There's no in between, right? You rather believe in the abundance and that there's plenty for everybody, or you believe in scarcity and you think you have to pinch every penny and guard every thought from everybody, and that's exhausting. Nothing wrong with saving a little bit and doing smart things with money, but if you're trying to guard every thought, every business idea so that somebody doesn't steal it from you, then you have no idea how unmotivated most people are. Nobody's trying to steal most of your thoughts. Mr. J says is welcoming Alex to the channel. Love that. We have such a great community here since a lot of people. Alex, are you a lifer? Are you from Crypto Lifers channel? We have so many lifers here. Probably the best community in crypto, hands down, is the lifer community. And we just have some great people in here. So, hi, Alex. Welcome. Hey, Underground. You talking of affiliate link? So I just spammed your Discord with a quick AI response on Jasmine. Okay, I will definitely check it out. You probably want me to look at it live on air. So, and it is a very long response about what is Jasmine. I'll read it another time. If anybody wants to see it right now, go to the Discord. Me trying to say 4 things at one time. And I'm honestly trying to tone it down. If you don't know me in real life, then you don't know. I'm high energy and I can talk at 100 miles an hour. So $301.3 million market cap. $1 billion in, so fully vested. Fully vested means that the max supply and the circulating supply is the same and no new tokens are coming out to dilute your price or dilute your circulating supply. Therefore, diluting the price. I could re-explain tokenomics all day. I don't know why I love it. Join the Discord. I started reading it. Don't get too distracted, Blues Guy. That was a long article. You might be gone for like 10 minutes. Who knows what you would miss? I'm just messing with you, brother. So, let's see. It's a meme coin. World Liberty Finance portfolio. There's some really interesting things with World Liberty Finance. I did a deep dive of World Liberty Finance. We might need to do another one because it was like brand new at that point. And there wasn't a lot going on, and I'm seeing a lot of things. So when you see USD1, here I am saying 17 things at the same time. And yes, the 17 number for World Liberty Finance, if you know, you know. USD1 is the stable coin of World Liberty Finance, right? So when you see that, you know it is connected. And when we did the deep dive, I remember going over this project, and this is build on. So like build on Galaxy, but like Dawn. I don't know what Dawn's supposed to be. Donald, maybe Donald. So embrace USD1 with the warmest passion across the chain. So what is the point of this? Sometimes they give us a better description just on CoinGecko. They don't have a what is it. All right. That was a pipe dream. So, haha, 17, of course. Okay, Blues Guy gets it. I knew somebody would get it. Reliable J says 100. He got it too. Join the Discord, guys. Lots of gemstones. Sourced and sold says, yes, I know. All right. As the leading force in real USD1 construction across all chains, our mission remains simple, but serious. Okay, serious meme coins, that doesn't usually go together. To build USD1 chains, our mission remains the same. I just read the same thing over. That happens. We'll just loop it. Into the living, liquid, and usable on-chain asset with real utility, not just a meme, but as infrastructure. Okay, so we're kind of finding the angle here. Build On was the first project to treat USD1 not as a narrative, but as a mission. Today, we proudly carry that mission further, becoming the builder of real USD1 plus World Liberty Finance use cases and liquidity across all ecosystems. So they were picking up the torch of the World Liberty Finance ecosystem and its use cases and trying to take it to other chains and other ecosystems. That's a great mission for a stable coin or for a meme project with a stable coin, right? Build On isn't just casually supporting or promoting USD1. We are actively building and shaping it with a clear mission. Okay, what's the market cap on this? That's where my mind goes right here. Only 300 million. And I mean, it has dropped, though, significantly from 71 cents down to 30 cents. But so did World Liberty Finance also very much drop a lot. So I don't know. That might have a lot to do with it. It's going to follow the main coin in the main ecosystem that it's a part of. That's not really surprising. So we are actively building and shaping it with a clear mission, strong community coordinates, deep liquidity strategy, and long-term vision of growth and stability. It is very odd for a meme coin project to be doing this. Usually you see a much more serious financial project doing this. All right, check chat. EXQ, see me. LOL. Copy. I get it. So, yeah. I would expect a more serious financial product to be doing it, but I think it's genius actually to do this through a meme coin. So this is kind of the point that I was getting on with the whole, if you're a marketer and you're trying to sell a product, create a mascot, create a dog that wears the glasses or whatever your product is. Make a cute animal drawing. I mean, and the artwork around memes is usually super simple. You could probably get AI to do it, to be honest with you. Genius idea. I'm putting this together. Who wants to do this with me? Pump and dump, ? Are you talking about this build on? Who knows? Or are you talking about World Liberty Finance in general? The Discord could have a dedicated page for nerdy articles so it doesn't flood the chat there. Yeah. Great idea. What would we call that, Mr. J? Because I'll make that happen. I'll write it down and I will make that happen. And then I'll copy and paste what you put maybe over there and get rid of it out of the main chat. See, Underground Alex found you with XAN. That's... Oh, we did? Did I miss something? Did I miss a chat there? That's awesome. How do you know that? Did he put that in the Discord? How you getting all the secret sauce, Blues guy? I almost called you Underground. I almost called you myself. Wild if I would have did that. I don't know how Underground. What is going on? I don't know how Blues guy knew that. That's crazy. Yeah, great idea. I think it's a great idea. You know, if you're marketing something, just have ChatGPT make you a character, put it on Twitter, market it, go to pump.fun, launch it. I'm putting this together in my own brain here. We could probably crush some marketing when it comes to that, right? Just absolutely crush it. He says, I'm reading the chat, brother. I know, and I just spared. Oh, okay. Now I see it. I was going way back in the chat. Shout out to Alex. I appreciate you saying that, so I know that. By the way, I found your channel searching Anoma. Okay, so it's working. You missed Alex chat. Okay, yep. I did ask you to help me with any chats that I missed, so thank you. He said, yeah, it's up there. Cool. All right, we got that straightened out. Awesome. I love that. Anoma, I had so much fun with that. I wish I would have bought more Anoma. I think it's going to do really well once it actually launches mainnet, but who knows? We got to see a product, right? I need to see that intent machine, virtual machine, intent machine, IM machine instead of virtual machine, if you know what I'm talking about. I need to see that thing roll out and actually do what it says it's going to do, even if it just needs a lot of work, right? Cross-chain purchases made simple. We're going to move on from this. We know what this is. They're marketing USD1. They're bringing it to other ecosystems. Stablecoins. Stablecoins is a really interesting thing. So at first glance, you look at stablecoins, you say, okay, this thing is pegged to the dollar. It's built to be a dollar. Who really cares? Like, who would buy it? Now, you would hold it. Like, who would buy it and really care about it as a product? Think of USDT. You sell out of a project, you made 500% gains. It doesn't matter what it is. Maybe you lost money. You move yourself into a stable environment, because that's really what it is, for your money. But how much do you care about USDT? How much are you just like, I love USDT. I want to support them. I want to help them build. USDT is going to be huge. Like, I don't feel like people think about that for stable coins, right? But there's so many different things around stable coins that are getting so many attention. Why are there so many stable coins being put out? You know, it's like every week there's 2 coins. It's like reimagining stable coins and all this stuff about stable coins. We've talked about it a lot, but I just wanted to shout it out again because this is something to think about with your crypto IQ and start piecing some stuff together if you're new to the channel. We could even continue that discussion in the Discord. I don't want to spend too long. Anoma is a sleeping giant. I absolutely think that it is. I didn't buy a ton of it, but I think that it definitely is. How many hours have you spent on Anoma? Underground. Well, we talked about it quite a bit the day we found it, so that was probably at least 30 minutes. And then I think it was 2 hours and then 3 hours. So I don't know. And then in my own personal time and stuff, I don't know, somewhere probably around 6 hours of deep diving that. So Watchman says, on the road listening, he must have hit a red light because he has time to pop in the chat. I'd love to hear about Loopring, LRC. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely got to keep the community happy. And of course, I set an aim for the stream. But this is a community channel. When somebody, especially somebody like Watchman, comes in here and says, hey, I want to look at Loopring, we just stop what we're doing and we go look at Loopring. Because that's kind of what it should be about. Now, it might get a little crazy at some point when there's, 100 or more people watching or something. It might go bananas, and we'll probably have super chats at that point. And it's not even about the money. It just helps keep us on track to where I know what to go at, because people would just, if you've ever looked at the chat in Crypto Lifers channel, people are posting look at this like every 2 or 3 chats. There's no way he could do that for everybody. Influx of stable coins because they are aware of the hype that is coming with the new financial system. Exactly. And you could go a little deeper, but Blues Guy really nailed that. So let's talk about Loopring. I feel like pulling up the max chart on every coin really puts things into perspective, right? So Loopring has been around since 2017. This is not a new project. Loopring's smart wallets were compromised, but they have temporarily suspended Guardian related to a 2FA related operations as report. I own a tiny bit of Loopring somewhere. I know I do. We will get there, super chats. Oh yeah, exactly. I just don't want anybody to ever think that the super chats are about the money for me. I mean, obviously everybody wants to get paid off for their hard work, and I put tons of time and energy, but I love crypto, legitimately. Soon it'll be a bubble. Yeah, definitely, Blues Guy. Stablecoins will be a bubble at some point. So anyways, yeah, the super chats will just keep things organized, right? $109.6 million in the market cap. Pretty low market cap for Loopring for as long as it's been around. That's pretty tiny. Let's switch our chart from price to market cap. Should look exactly the same, but when we drag over, it'll give us representation. I mean, keep this into perspective here, right? $3.8 billion in the market cap of this coin, November 10th, 2021. Right now, you're sitting at 100 million. What happened? I don't know. I don't really know what happened other than bear markets and stuff. And then, I mean, it's probably not as extreme as you might think. It was probably bear market came in, everything dropped and fell, and then there were other new things that were probably in the same category. It's a DEX, right? So other things in the same category. Zero knowledge. Yeah. And so people didn't buy back into this. They bought into something else. Maybe they didn't do great marketing. I don't know when this smart wallet compromise was from. I don't know if that's recent or not. They don't give us a date on it, so really tell us. But you can go to similar coins. Related coins you might know. Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's kind of funny. All right. I don't know how Bitcoin would be related to Loopring, but okay. Blues Guy always killing it with the just quickly bringing up more information. So Loopring is a decentralized trading and payment protocol built on Ethereum that aims to speed up the time it takes to make a transaction. Loopring protocol can settle up to 2,025 trades per second while guaranteeing the same level of security as underlying Ethereum blockchain. So it's built on Ethereum, it seems like. Has an Energy and Arbitrum contract address. Maybe that's why they're not doing well. I'm just joking, but maybe not 100% joking. I'll let you decide. So let's get rid of Jasmine, get rid of some of these tabs that we don't need. Loopring DeFi closure announcement. Loopring DeFi business will be shutting down after January 31st, 2025. That's not a good look. Why is it doing that? That's probably not a good thing. Loopring DeFi business shutting down, which allows the team to allocate all resources to focus on improving the Loopring Layer 2 network. Okay, so they're branding it or wrapping it up as a good thing, because they're going to spend more time on the layer 2 network. Maybe they were stretched too thin and they just had to make a business decision, and get rid of something. But at the end of the day, something was wrong. There was some mismanagement. They didn't have enough money. They didn't hire enough people. They were at like a $3.5 billion market cap. How many people in this project, and this is pure speculation, so I don't want to say anything, not that I have that many ears listening, but I mean, they went down a lot. How much of the treasury, how much of early people who were involved who had tokens sold on everybody? Because that's a lot of money. From $3.5 billion to $100 million, that is a lot of money running out of liquidity. And who do you think held most of the coins? And 1.3 billion, I don't know who comes up with these numbers, right? 1.3 billion max supply, 1.2 in circulating supply, meaning a lot of tokens were already out. Where are those tokens now? It's a good question. So the settlement cost per trade is roughly $450 to 800 gas, whatever that actually translates to money, I don't know, which is 15 to 30% of the cost of most layer 1 DEX protocols. Okay. So it's like a Polygon in the way that, it brings down the cost as a layer 2 using ZK rollups and stuff. This is not uncommon. It's not even all that special, to be honest with you. I think Loopering was around before Polygon. And Polygon's not doing well either. One thing I've noticed is that layer 2 projects don't seem to do very well in the price category. Like, they seem to do pretty well for their function. I've used Polygon many a times in an Ethereum contract or to buy or do something with Ethereum, but at the same time, I don't really feel like Polygon's done well in price. Well, it's not a feeling. I mean, it hasn't done well in price. And Loopering looks like it's very much in the same place. It's a layer 2. It's probably providing a service. You probably get cheaper fees. But did they not build a percentage of those fees to go into their market cap? I don't know. I don't have the time to get down to the white paper of this thing because it's in the dirt. Doesn't really matter. But at the same time, I got to say that, like, how do you build a layer 2 and not make some of the transactional fees go into your market cap? I don't know how that goes. XCN is going to have a huge run, this bull run. Very undervalued at the moment, in my opinion. I bought a large bag at 0.001 and decided to take a screenshot at 0.05 back in January 2025. XCN. Let's pull that up. Oxycoin. Okay, let's take a look at it. Max Chart says it's been around since March 14th, 2022. I like the market cap. It's not too high. Alex, do you just say, you could just put yes or no or something like that. Do you know your tokenomics pretty well? Do you understand, what we look at here when it comes to the market cap, max supply, circulating supply, the cost? I guess an easy way to say this, Alex, would be, do you understand how they come up with the price per unit, price per coin, if you will? You could just say yes or no. And don't worry, I won't go on a long tangent if you say no. So about 400 million in its market cap. The reason why I started saying that is because that's a pretty low market cap. So its potential to go somewhere with that is pretty good. What was its market cap at this real high right there? It was 3.4 billion. It's funny. It's so close to what? And that's 2022. So totally different time slot, but very close to the coin we were just looking at. He said yes. Okay, cool. So I won't beat that dead horse. I'm glad you understand it. Max supply, 48.4 billion with 35.2 in the circulating supply. Well over 50%, so that's good to see. Blues Guy says, I think they have been surpassed by other new companies as they have been around for a while. If you had a big bag and bought lower, that's a great thing. You're in the money. I suppose he's talking about XCN and not the project we were looking at before. He's usually on top of it, so I'm sure. But you never know which is the market. So what is this? I've been over it before, but I don't remember. It's a layer 1 proof of stake made in the USA. Let's look at their website. The website's got to be good, in my opinion, or at least the product needs to be good. So it's built on Arbitrum and Coinbase. Arbitrum, I don't feel like is all that significant. I just don't feel the energy around Arbitrum, like I do Base. Although they're both layer 2s, I'm pretty sure. The financial ledger. Onyx is a modular blockchain. That's where we went over this thing when we did modular blockchains. Designed for financial grade application, offering near instant confirmations and low fees. So that right there, of course, is very valuable. You got to think also when these coins like value, does it provide value? Because if it doesn't provide value, or it doesn't provide value well or much of, then they're probably not going to do that great. So we get right into our Web3 interface here. You can do some staking. You can go to farms, wrapped ETH, AI agents. I like to see it have that narrative. Takes us to a totally different place. Your instant blockchain assistant. Okay, so they already have one branded. So you're not building an AI agent. You're basically using their AI agent. The really interesting thing when it comes with a lot of AI agents, I feel like, how we have anti-rug or even V2 bubble maps where we can go put it in and we can look at it. I feel like we need like something for that, and there probably exists for AI agents and stuff, because I want to go and I want to make sure that somebody didn't just literally copy ChatGPT and then throw it out. Like, did they do anything significant? Did they use a large language model to actually train anything, or did they make it any different than ChatGPT? The reason why I want to know that is because I already have ChatGPT. So if you're not doing anything different than ChatGPT, why would I want to sit here and talk to, Onyx.org's agent if it's just ChatGPT? And I'm not saying that it is, because I don't know. This is cool, though. I mean, they got a little something to it. It's not the most exciting thing. There's not a game here or anything like that. What's the APY on the farm? Things like that make a big difference. So staking APR is 40%. I don't know if I'm just having a brain fart of a moment here. What is APR? Somebody knows what it is. I'm used to APY a lot, and I should know what APR is. It's probably something very obvious that I should know. Anyways, designed for financial grade applications. One thing I have to say about it is that it is very financial thing. So it's like one of those things, when you need it, and when you don't need it, you don't really think about it. You know what I mean? Ecosystem. I'm sure they're well put together. Being a financial product, having bridges and all that kind of stuff just comes with the territory. So Onyx DAO, decentralized governance. It looks cool. But where are we going to pull in? Like, what does it do that's radically different than anybody else in their space? Are they still building? How many developers are? Oh man, I asked ChatGPT the one day to tell me where I could go to see where developers are, and it told me, and I don't think I saved it. I need to do that again. So annual percentage rate. Thank you, Blues Guy. I knew you'd pull that up. And obviously I could Google it, but I don't want to sidetrack the show when I have such a wonderful person in the chat who's going to give me the information. Very high APR. Yeah. I mean, and that looks good. And how long has it been around? You can kind of use that to judge how sustainable it is. Because plenty of things come out early, right? And they have really high APYs and stuff like that. Like 12,000 APY. But it's just calculated percentage, and as more people find it, as more people get involved, you come back a month later and it's got like a 10% APY, which is a huge difference. And I remember this very vividly from our summer of DeFi. Play to earn gaming and things was going bananas, and a lot of those projects, those play to earn games, had farms and stuff in them, of course, where you could stake the token, and they would have crazy APYs. But it almost feels like a scam. This is nothing about this project. This is just me talking. I want to be very clear about that. This is more about the DeFi summer and those things. It's like, sure, it's got a 12,000% APY, and you can watch your money calculate. But if you want to pull that out after a week, you're going to take a 90% like charge on your money for doing it. So you have to hold it in long term, and in long term it's going to go down. So you're never actually going to get the APY that it's promising you. And that just got really old. That was really annoying. I hate when there's a penalty for withdrawal. Like if you withdraw under a certain amount of times, they penalize you. It's like, I put my money in, you promised me 1%. I've been in here for a week. I got 100 grand. You're telling me I got 12,000% APY. I want my money. So, all right, I'll leave that where it is, right? So the chart looks like it's about to pop. I don't usually look at a ton of charts, but let's pull it up. I mean, it does kind of have that, like it finally started moving. I mean, look at this flat line from, I don't know, May 31st, 2023 to when it literally popped January 16th, 2025. It's a long lull, but it's also a bear market, so you got to keep that in mind as well. How's everybody feeling about the stream? I feel like it's been a pretty good stream tonight. It was very different for us to spend 2 days deep diving like one coin in its ecosystem. It was fun, but it felt like a different show. And I don't know if that was a good thing because viewership was down. I got to remember one of those night Lifer was doing the candle close, so that probably had a big impact as well. All right, so I pulled up like the 3-month chart so we could see it a little more clearly. It had this nice pop in July up to 0.18. And then it's mostly trended down. Let's zoom in a little more to like the monthly. Looks like pretty good price. Definitely volatile if you were trading this. Definitely got some volatility to it. Definitely a nice pump in the last 7 days. 24-hour chart. Had a nice pump during the day and it came back. I mean, if you're a trader, this thing has got volatility for sure. Just in the last, 24 hours, there's some decent volatility there. Alex Kogan says, love it. Awesome. So glad to hear that. I don't even know. Can I answer this while we're live? Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. What is going on? Yo, what's up, man? I'm live streaming right now. All right, I'll call you when I get off, okay? There's not a lot of people I will answer for, but that is definitely one of them. All right, so what else do we want to know about this? Where else do we want to go about this? So we got Twitter. How big is their following? They've been around for a hot minute, right? 60,000 followers, a little low. I mean, it's financial. It's not retail attractive, in my opinion, unless you have a lot of money or something. But that just seems a little low for a project that's been around for this long. But what do we got in our recent posting? Pin post, 18,000 impressions. All right, that sneeze came out of nowhere. Appreciate that. So let's see what we got. Top 100 coins in the next 2 months, question mark. What's it at right now? Number 230. Put him on the live, LOL. Yeah, that's funny. Should have did that. So, just thinking. Just give me a minute. So, maybe this is a good question for Alex. Why are you so bullish on this coin? And I'm certainly not trying to rain on your parade here. This thing might pop and do great. I mean, Blues Guy said that he thought it was going to do well. Blues Guy, do you know how to screenshot and whatnot? We do have a community charts. Maybe you could put whatever you're looking at that you think is really bullish for this coin. Maybe you could screenshot it and put it over in the chart section. Again, none of it's financial advice. Don't make your moves off of something in somebody's Discord or what a random YouTuber says. Just make your own decisions and then own them and take accountability. I don't feel like Alex probably has any problem with that. Let's see. They say anything exciting. The latest update, Goliath, includes the latest testnet update can be found below. So they had a recent update. Only got 2.4 thousand impressions. That's pretty low. So engagement seems low, which is not a good indicator of excitement around a project. Testnet Faucet is now live for Goliath. So Goliath is still in testnet here in October 1st, and up here This is just an update, so it's not, yeah, the latest testnet update. Okay, so they're building. It seems like they're building something. Maybe that'll come out and they'll get a bunch of hype around it. That is yet to be seen, and we're pretty much going to move on from there. Mr. J says, I'm a TA guy, but your deep dives on projects are surprisingly pleasant. Hey, I'm taking that as a compliment all the way to the bank. Thank you, Mr. J. Yeah, the more we do it, the more I think I find a little bit of a groove of cutting through the noise and getting to the actual information that is useful. And I'm sure we're going to continue. Can you imagine when we've been doing this for a year straight? I'm going to get right to the sauce. We only get better as you go, right? So this is Wrecked, which I don't think is a great name for a coin at all. 293.5 million in its market cap. Like if I got into this coin and I got wrecked, and then you told people about it, they'd be like, well, yeah, dude, you bought wreck coin. It's just like if you buy a worthless coin and then it goes to zero, people would be like, you bought a coin called worthless. Especially non-crypto people really is what I'm talking about. Fully vested circulating supply. It's insane amount of coins, but it doesn't really matter. Ethereum contract, BNB. Let's go to the max chart here. That's what we really want to see. Up 529%. Since November 21st, 2024. Hey, if you got in, you did well. And that's where it is right now. It's been much higher. Of course, there's so many zeros involved here that, I don't know, that high peak right there, you can see it. I don't even want to try to say like 0.00. That's not even worth doing. So we will go to their website. And I appreciate that again, Mr. J. It's like the nicest thing anybody has said so far. Pleasant. Why does it look like a can of soda? Are they trying to say, is this an energy drink? Why can't I find the X button? All right, it's really annoying. There's a pop-up I want to get rid of. I don't think you can see it. Yeah, you can't. Oh, no, you can see it. And I can't find my mouse because of the way this website's set up. There we go. The Fearless for Fearless, Wrecked, Stay in Touch. Are they an energy drink? I'm confused. Definitely looks like it. Refresh your soul with the latest flavor, Moon Crush, now live. Again, they're using this kind of marketing in Web3, however you want to put it, blockchain. It's a great idea. Man, this would work so well. And I'm thinking of a bunch of business ideas that I've been cooking on for a minute now, and definitely seeing how I could use meme coins and Web3 pages and stuff like that to make that happen. Reach a bigger audience. Yeah, hey guys, I became a crypto billionaire getting wrecked. Exactly. Hong Kong is a beautiful place, I hear. I'm sure it is. Mr. J is awesome, says Blue Guy. Sent the 5-day chart on the Discord. So yeah, Alex, Blue Guy has put his 5-day chart in the Discord. It'll be under community charts, just where we share stuff. It's not for you to go in there and find calls and do it. If it works out, that's your own prerogative, but it's not financial advice. It's just our community place to look at stuff. Just got to say that for everybody. All right, I'm moving on. Apparently it's an energy drink. It's a good idea. Anoma, of course, was a Binance Alpha Spotlight. We're not going to go there. Don't worry, guys. I know somebody took a deep breath right there, like, oh God, we're going to go back to Anoma. No, we're not. We're not going to do that. Well, at some point we will, but not tonight. So Velo, Grass. I mean, it's funny, a lot of these projects telling me people got in real early on these from Binance Alpha Spotlight. Think I need to be a part of that. Metaplex. Who owns some MPLX? I know I own a little bit. Alex says, thanks, Blues Guy. Love to see other people in the community working together. AIA was another one. We did see that. So, COG. $162.4 million in its market cap. Max chart says January 31st, 2021. Nice hype up here to $68. Very low max supply. I love projects with very low max supplies. If you see a new coin, this is just one of my sauces that I'm waiting to hit something like this. A new coin come out, it's new, it's got a low market cap and a very low max supply, and it's trending and it's getting attention. That's the sauce right there. And again, if you understand your tokenomics, you would understand why that is. Thanks, Hong Kong has a lot going on for such a small place. I heard energy drinks. Your kidneys do not like energy drinks. Yeah, I drink 0 energy drinks. I haven't drank an energy drink since I was a skate rat kid, running around the city at like 14, 15. That's my experience with energy drinks. And we needed the energy. But nowadays, I don't need that. Pre-workout is good enough. So 48 Club, first DAO ever on BNB chain. This website doesn't look attractive to me at all. What is 48 Club, and why would we care about that? I don't know. Could you see the lack of literal enthusiasm when I pulled that up? And maybe it's great, I don't know, but it does not strike me as something that's exciting. Got some staking going on. 48er, a 48 SP. Total casting, 44 pieces. What are we talking about here? What is this thing? No categories. Oh, no, we do. Just Binance. It's Alpha Spotlight. Okay, let's go here. About 48 Club was founded September 2017 by a diverse and tight-knit group of investors with common passion for BNB. We now have over 500 club members with various backgrounds hailing from all over. 48 Club is run as a decentralized autonomous organization, and its main areas of operations and expertise are industry research, angel investment, product development, community development, and management. The technical operation and maintenance, Kogi, I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. A token minted and issued by 48 Club. Represents the voting powers. This is all about governance. This is like a governance token. Category should say governance. And the last thing we'll look is how many followers they have on Twitter. It's good to know, I guess, if you see this token, but I don't think you're going to see this thing trending anywhere. Yeah, it's been around since 2017, and they've managed to get 11.3 thousand followers on Twitter, and it seems like a very exclusive group and stuff. They probably don't care much to be flashy or to get a lot of attention. So water and a pinch of salt always, otherwise you only flush. The only way to hydrate your cells is either sodium or potassium. Salt, as Celtic salt, is best because it contains around 85 of the 102 minerals. Yeah, a little bit of knowledge. You're on it, Blues Guy. I have a big bag of Celtic salt sitting on my island in the kitchen, and I put it in my water every day. I put it in everything. I put it in, protein shake. I put it in my electrolyte drinks. I put it in water, I put it in everything. And it is fire. I actually forgot about how much of the mineral contents it has. So I'm glad you brought that up. All right, what else we got? PQ. Somebody was asking about PQ today on the Lifer stream. It wasn't anybody who was in here, is it? Spilling water on the floor. Yes. Yeah, I'm with it when it comes to a lot of that stuff, for sure. $157.3 million market cap. Max supply is infinite. I've said that before. I don't love infinite max supplies, but it works for some things. I mean, technically Ethereum's max supply is infinite, and Ethereum is the second biggest crypto out there. So what do we like about PQ? What I like most about PQ is all the apps and things that are built on it. And I like how even though it kind of has this green narrative to it, they don't seem toxic about it. You ever notice that when it comes to like the environmental issue and things like that, like sometimes it gets a little toxic, like it gets crazy, it gets cult-like. That's the part of it I don't like. Like, do you remember when everybody, I say everybody was freaking out. I don't think any common people cared at all, but when everybody was like pretending to freak out that Bitcoin wasted energy and like Bitcoin was bad because it wasted energy. I mean, I don't think any average people cared about that at all. Maybe some crazy environment. And don't get me wrong, I'm all about protecting the environment and stuff. I'm just not going to get cult and crazy about it. I remember, it's a portal maybe. I remember they had lists of apps and stuff. That's really what I wanted to show. because I think that's probably the most interesting thing about Peak, right? DApp directory. Check out the chat, up to date. Welcome to the PQ ecosystem. PQO system. It's not an ecosystem, it's a QO system. All right, and then we'll just check out who all is involved here. Yes, I bounce around. $157.3 million market cap, as I like to just pick up different data points when they feel relevant. November 11th, 2024, Peak's all-time low was 5 cents, like a high 5 cents, was 2 months ago. And its all-time high, it was 75 cents, was 10 months ago. So keep that in mind. Its recent all-time low was 2 months ago, and its all-time high was 10 months ago. So where in the cycle of things do you think you are? I'll let that one settle out itself. Let's look at what we got going on here. And we'll just scroll. Any projects that you recognize. Which doesn't mean anything. It could be a great project, and it's just new. Bosch. Multinational engineering and technology company. Yeah. I've worked most of my life in trades and ran a trades company. So, yeah, I know what Bosch is. That's for sure. But that wasn't the type of company I was looking to recognize. I was looking for crypto companies. Fetch AI. Fireblocks. Direct digital asset. Fireblock was the same one. What was that token that we kept talking about? It's going to get a $10.2 billion deal. It had to do with real estate and a secondary market for like RWAs and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure Fireblocks was the company that they were getting the $10 billion deal with, that they were basically using that deal as the main crutch of their marketing. Let me get that thought out. It's very weird. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Mr. J says, a sprinkle of Celtic salt and a thin dark chocolate bar with a small fine grate of orange zest. A delicate way to enjoy chocolate to elevate coffee or whiskey. On point. That was really on point, Mr. J. I like that. I've done that quite a bit. I'm a whiskey guy. I'm not a big drinker of any kind, really, but if I'm drinking, I like whiskey. V, interesting. Cool. Shout out to everybody who's here. We're looking at PQ. I was just rolling through this to see if we recognized anybody. And, you see Bosch, right? MasterCard. These are some big players for them to have in their ecosystem. I thought we were in the PQ portal, but apparently we're not. Oh, and you can actually sort them. Okay. Custodian, wallet, partners, enterprise, research. They got 4 people for research, right? Underground crypto should be here, We should be under this category, but they're sleeping on us. Won't be sleeping on us for long. Hilarious. All right, that's all I have to say about PQ. Ondo is a sleeping giant. Top RWA, what do you think? I got a nice bag of it. I don't know what other people consider to be a nice bag. For me, it's a decent bag of Ondo. But I'd like to see it do really well. I know a lot of people feel like RWAs, and we did a whole stream about RWAs, and I'm sure we will do them again, right? Because a lot of those streams I did when we first started streaming, and a lot of people were not here. So we'll probably cover all those again. But RWAs really feeling like they're going to be a narrative of next cycle. And that's a whole conversation in itself. And as we're rolling into the 2.5 hour mark here, we'll take a second to segue and talk about that for anybody who's here. First off, if you're watching and you've never dropped a chat, please drop a chat. Let us know that you're here. The link to the Discord is in the description. Tons of great conversation. It's a new Discord. This is a new channel, newish channel. Been around for a year or so, but that's new to me. But we only been doing the live stream show for less than a month and a half, less than 2 months for sure. Anyways, a lot of good stuff going on in that Discord. Definitely hop over there. But anyways, what was I going to talk about? Oh, we're talking about RWAs. So, and then that brings up cycles, right? So is it going to be a super cycle? Do you believe in the 4-year Bitcoin cycle? That's what I tend to want to act on as an investor, a long-term 4-year investor. Really 3, because you buy in the bear market. You don't buy at the beginning of the bear market. At least not if you're smart, which I was already in before the bear market. Otherwise, I probably would have made that mistake. I just watched everything go down and not going to make that mistake again. But anyways, my whole point was RWAs. Is Ondo going to pump in the middle of 2026? Well, not if we have a traditional 4-year cycle. Everything will be dumping from, I don't know, a month in. I don't know the exact date that's going to top out the bull market right now, but it should be between November and December this year. So not very long. We got like 3 months left, right? And so are we going to see that, or are we going to see a whole bunch of nothing and no altcoin season and no euphoric blow off top? Or maybe it's only for Bitcoin. Maybe only Bitcoin's going to have a euphoric top and nobody else will, which would really steal the momentum out from under everybody. So Ondo UOUSG fund is directly backed by BlackRock's Biddle fund. Yep, absolutely. If you know about the Biddle fund, which is a tokenized money market funding holding U.S. treasuries. Exactly. So anyways, what I'm really getting down to is, is Ondo going to do something before the end of the cycle? How crazy. If we were to be on track for euphoric tops where we should be, these next couple months got to be absolutely bananas. They have to be. For altcoins, I mean, Bitcoin only needs to really get to like 150 to 170, maybe 200,000. Still a pretty good move up from here, but we're already chilling today at 120. That's like 80 grand increase. But for such a large market cap, that's pretty awesome to see that kind of movement. But we need some pretty crazy explosive gains for altcoins. Otherwise, this whole altcoin season market and everything is a complete dud. Now, do they use that to beat them way down, take all of the sentiment and take all of the excitement out of them, and then next bull market we run them really hard and everybody didn't get in because they thought altcoins were dead? Is this an institutional game at this point, and they all bought Bitcoin and they didn't buy any of the other stuff, so they have no interest in pumping it, and they just want all of you guys to buy their Bitcoin bags at the top of the market so they have somebody to dump on, because they always dump on what they consider to be dumb money, and they're the smart money. Anyways, I think we went through that enough. Let's look at 4. What the heck is 4? $154.2 million in its market cap. And let's see. Max chart says October 2nd, 2025. Hasn't been out very long. Did it change its name? This isn't Form, is it? Binance Smart Chain Contract address. It's a meme. So there you go. Let's go to its X. They don't even have a website. 3 months max. Then when you know, you know. Yeah. We're going to be tracking that heavy, man. It's going to be really interesting. And it's just like any trade that you're in. This is not the most exciting coin, so I'll talk over it, and still I'll get to it. But and we're running into 2.5 hours here. We never know how long we're going to go. We've been going 3 hours, somewhere between 2 and 3 hours. I told myself when I started this stream we were going to do 45-minute, 2 an hour maybe sessions. It's not enough time to deep dive, right? So where was I? Man, I usually can pull it back real fast. So talking about markets and being at the top of the market. There was something very specific I was going to say. That sucks. Yes, we will track it. Oh, yeah, being on track. Yep, Blues Guy put me back. So, yeah, we're going to have to track it and see what it is and see. I'm going to be looking at Crypto Lifer, you know. He's the big dog. He's the mentor. Not financial advice, but he's on point. He called the bottom of the bear market. I've seen him call bottoms from local to macro, you know, and so I'm not going to buy and sell based off of what he said, but I'm definitely going to look at what he's saying for sure. All right. Community headquarters, BNB chain. 4, no fun, keep building. Originally launched on the Binance Chain X during a hack. 4 is now the leading community on BSC. Are they? Are they really, though? They're the leading community with 1.3 thousand members? That doesn't seem right. 4 is everything. Work together. 4 is forever. CZ posting 4 everywhere. I don't know why, but this reminds me of Giggles, right? Like CZ, who's worth ridiculous amounts of money and started Binance and still probably runs Binance to this day. I know when he had some legal troubles, they put another CEO in, but I don't know if they got rid of him and he's back in his job. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. What I think is odd is like he talks about Giggles. He goes on their AMA. He actually speaks on there. He puts it in like his little bio on Twitter. And then it did nothing. I thought that was really strange. I mean, the market cap for Giggles is so small. Like, if he was really about it, he couldn't put $100 million in it? Like, you're telling me that CZ wouldn't put $100 million in some kind of, charity fund that I'm sure he could write off? I mean, mind you, the guy's worth billions, if not even $1 trillion. I don't even know what he's worth. I don't think anybody does. $47.2 million in his market cap. He couldn't put $100 million in this? I don't know. I think that's really odd. Yeah, they don't like the website. Let's go to the Twitter. Lifer became the man of the charts. Undeniable. Yeah, it absolutely is undeniable. I agree with that. So here we go. Here we've got CZ. He's literally talking. He came through to give him some advice or whatever. And then in his main bio or ats right here, I mean, right up with BNB Chain, YZI Labs, Binance, and in between there is Giggles Academy. I think he's directly involved with starting and funding it. I have no idea. I just find this bizarre. Sometimes when things just don't add up, he made a post 9 hours ago and it has 503,000 people. 9 hours ago, he's got 503,000 impressions on it. He's got more likes on this post than most people have impressions on their post. Definitely more than my tweets. And somehow Giggles got zero attention. Most people buy off of speculation, just him being involved or saying something about something with a $46 million market cap, and nobody wanted to buy it. I don't know. That's odd. It's very odd to me. Side salad for you for sure. The idea of Giggle, though, free school and whatnot is pretty cool. Who knows what what he is really about exactly? Not to go conspiracy on you, but who knows? And I've never heard any of those things about him, but it is what it is, right? It's speculation always. And yeah, also just odd that it's not moving or doing anything. I didn't buy any, so I don't really care, but I tend to not buy anything charity because they've never done well. And as we look at a coin right here called Humanity, I guess we will have to see. Hopefully it's not just pump hype and stuff. Yeah. Well, and it's not pump hype because it's not pumping. You know what I'm saying? You would think it would be pumping. If it was all about the hype and the rage, wouldn't think it through. For somebody who's worth billions and billions of dollars, what would it take for him to throw $500 million in the project or $1 billion in the project? That alone would cause crazy pandemonium and hype. Probably another 500 million or billion would run in. Then he could just dump all of it. Probably very closely to double his money, which when you're doubling up $1 billion is pretty good. And yeah, I don't know. You think you'd do something to get some traction going. And maybe it not moving is a good sign, and maybe a sign that it's really about what it's supposed to be. And I also said they probably have a treasury where there's money that's not in their market cap. And maybe that's where CZ donated. Maybe he owns the whole project. I don't know. 6 cents in Humanity. Ticker H. $120.8 million in its market cap. Cross that 100 million market cap line, which I consider anything under 100 million in market cap to be quite small. But you got to look at the narrative. You got to look at the category of the project. What is small for a project really depends on the projection of where the project could go, right? And Blues Guy said, or it can be the opposite. Exactly. Nobody knows. We're all just speculating and talk, but it's good to hash it out, right? It's good to hash out the conversation. So it's got an Ethereum and a Binance contract. Explorers called Alchemy, infrastructure, smart contract, but it doesn't have a layer 1, ZK knowledge. So it's smart contract, So it's got to be a layer 2, right? Smart contract, but you don't have your own blockchain. So doesn't that pretty much make you a layer 2? Reject all cookies, of course. So the human layer of Web 3, your identity, your rules, from secure logins to bot prevention, your identity works where you need it. So WorldCoin, anybody? Just remind you of WorldCoin? Maybe a little bit. How long has this thing been out? Since January 24th, 2025. So this is a pretty new token. It's up 74%. But maybe it just hasn't got the hype or the trendiness yet, right? Maybe it just hasn't really caught that excitement yet. I don't know who's excited about this narrative. But there's still plenty of people who would speculate. You know, there's a difference between speculation and hype. And hype is more of a dumb money type of thing. Speculation is smart money. Now, of course, they both exist in both. You know, don't act like institutionals didn't FOMO for Bitcoin. I like how none of these do anything. That's my favorite part of this website, is how none of this does anything. Like, what is even going on? Scroll to start. Okay. You still could have made like these things actual links and not just words. Join mainnet. Bull run. My French autocorrect. LOL. Oh, I'm just not reading the chat at all. Okay, where are we at? Or it can be the opposite. I think if we look for a good return, this bull run, bull ring, that's hilarious. Financial DeFi project that will actually make a difference. Bull run, my friend. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. I didn't 100% follow, honestly. I don't know if getting burned out. Ooh, we just had a huge soar. What's up, everybody who just came in? Talking about humanity. Everybody loves humanity token. It's new. I don't know if anybody actually loves it. We just hit like a huge influx of people being fed over here. That's awesome. That's from all you awesome people chatting. And welcome to Underground Crypto Deep Dive Show. We are talking about Binance Alpha Spotlight coins. And we're looking for coins that we don't really know anything about. This is calendar. Check out that XAN Anoma. We've been talking about it a ton. I've got videos on Lighter, all kinds of stuff. So go check out all the pre-recorded videos. And this is the Underground Crypto Research Deep Dive Show. And we're talking about Caldra, ticker ERA. And it's got $96 million in its market cap, a billion max supply, and 174.7 million circulating supply. Ethereum contract. And anybody who's new, who's watching, throw something in the chat. Let us know that you're here. And there is a link to the Discord if you want to be a part of the community. It's free. It's a free Discord. Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. Let's go look at their Twitter. Also, categories. What is this? Cross-chain communication. Okay. In the Binance Alpha Spotlight. We want to know how long on the max chart it's been around. Since July 17th, 2025. Mr. J says, this channel goes deep. Absolutely. That's what we're all about. Deep dive research show. So it's only been around since July 17, 2025. This has not been around very long. Not a lot of the supply is actually in circulation yet. So that's something we got to put in the back of our minds. Hopefully you came here. You want to raise your crypto IQ. That is the whole idea on this channel. So the Internet of Chains. Caldra is a network of interconnected, purpose-built blockchains settling on Ethereum. So, yeah, Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. The most powerful multi-chain ecosystem. More is more. Go horizontal. That's a weird way to say that. The roll-up engine for massive apps. So, talking about settlement. They're talking about connectivity. ZK roll-ups, optimistic roll-ups. What is the difference? Come to the Underground Crypto Show every day, Monday through Friday, and sometimes the weekends too, and raise your crypto IQ. What's the difference between a bridge and an atomic swap? What is the meaning of a modular blockchain? These are all things you will learn on this channel if you stick with us. And most of them are gone now. All right, whatever. Bringing the world on chain. It's like the show changes a little bit when I see, 10 people just come rolling through. But whatever I was saying didn't catch their attention, I guess. Join the Caldra community. All right. So this is all about connectivity. Meta layer. I'm not seeing, what are we looking for? I'm not seeing like terms that are unique. I'm not seeing language that's unique other than maybe this go horizontal, which I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. And you could learn more about roll-ups, but I don't think that's what we want to do right this second. And we'll check out the Twitter, which I had actually already opened. 367.5 thousand followers. That doesn't seem right. Right? Anybody with me on that one? That doesn't seem right. Are they buying followers? Pin post from September 17th, that's more than enough time ago, only has 46,000 impressions, right? The Caldera Strategic Reserves, a dedicated reserve of ERA intended to strengthen the long-term growth of Caldera. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that, but there you go. Joined March. Is this a rebrand? Let's go up. No, it doesn't look like a rebrand. I don't know. You explain to me, how does a coin that launched July 17, 2025, as far as a token, maybe they were already a project? They have 5,714 posts. Okay, so they have to have already been a project, right? Maybe they've been in development for a really long time. And that's kind of what it looks like, because that's a lot of followers, followed by Plume. Open Pawn Network. Okay, familiar with those. Yeah, because you don't just come out on the 17th and then have 367.5 thousand followers. That's a decent following. But if you look, I used to do if you watch any of my old pre-recorded videos, you'd be familiar with something I called the Twitter smell test, right? Which we were looking at a lot of coins that were new, that were maybe even meme coins, and we would come to the Twitter, or I would come to the Twitter, right? I don't know what this we stuff is. It was just me. And I would look at the followers, and I would look at how much interaction they were getting on their posts to try to determine if, like, a meme coin, the Twitter smell test is really built for very small new projects that we just want to see if they're brand new and they just rolled out and it's a meme coin that's not doing anything, hasn't built anything, and they have 400,000 followers and they've been around for a week and a half. And out of those 400,000 followers, their average interaction on their post is like 3,000. You know they paid for those. You know it. All right, who else do we got here? So, hey, I'm just going to skip right to Frank real quick, and then I'll catch up. Frank Glazer says, hey, Underground Crypto, hear of your first on the live with the Lifer. Okay, so you heard about me from the Lifer. I think like a year ago. You seem to come a long way since. Keep it up. Dig your channel vibes. Ben, thank you for your work. Hey, thanks, Frank. I appreciate you saying that. I don't know if you've been watching it all before, but I appreciate coming to the channel and dropping that. Discord link down in the description if you're interested in that. And yeah, I love seeing new people in the chat, and I love Crypto Lifer and the community. So where else are we at? So gratitude Underground G, digging deep into crypto, making a dent in the community, and raising your crypto IQ. Appreciate the kind words. Well put. And hopefully whatever I said was well put. It's a little far enough back. I don't know what I was talking about then. BTC looking like it's going to make a decision very soon if it goes higher or lower. Now 120K. I know, and I've been holding. I got in a trade like 20X at like 107.5 or 107, something like that. And I don't know if I should sell it now or if we're going to 138. Like the projection on Crypto Lifer's flag on the higher time frame, I should say. Caldera is a very large volcanic crater. Okay, I didn't know that. Blues guy with the sauce. He was living in the Caribbean. Maybe it's somewhere over there. Now he's not there, obviously. Is Alex still in the chat? He throwing good banter for the stream like Blues guy. Yeah, exactly. Mr. J gets it. People who come in and are interactive are crucial to this channel for sure. And we're getting lots of large pops. Maybe I'm doing my live stream too early every night. Maybe that's what it is. But anyways, Caldera looks interesting. They definitely have a lot of followers, but they probably were in testnet and stuff for a very long time and somehow connected. Plume is a good place. Now I'm like, I want to go to Plume. Do they have more followers than Plume does? Because that would be wild. No, not even close. 968. So maybe this is very interconnected with Plume, and a lot of those followers are genuinely coming over from Plume. Or maybe Plume is buying followers too. The conspiracy plot thickens. All right, I'll leave that alone. I'm just messing around anyway. I say it's going up. Okay. AIXBT. I don't know why we were talking about that one day, but we were. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu on Ethereum, but Bitcoin. It has ETH in the name, but then it says Bitcoin. Absolutely crazy. I just clicked on it because I want to see what is it actually on. It's on Barachain, Ethereum, Solana, and Base. And that's one coin that's a hard market right there. So random. And I think that was the point of it. Gotius Maximum. Yeah, I think I said that right. That is a coin that was from a while ago. Definitely a while ago. Caldera is a roll-up as a service, or RAAS. I have definitely seen that language before. Platform that helps developers launch custom app-specific roll-ups with just a click. So here's the question when it comes to projects like that. Why are they going to go up, though? Like, developers might want to use them, and maybe companies pay them money, right, for their service. And the company makes money, the treasury goes up, but does that translate into money from the treasury going into the market cap? Every project is set up totally different, and who knows? The treasury is not, I think some people just assume that the treasury of a crypto project is the market cap, and I don't think that's true. I think they probably have separate accounts where they take money in investments and stuff like that, and they don't put it into the market cap. Because if they get a big investment, say you have a coin, right, and it's got $100 million market cap, and then they get an investment of $1 billion because somebody really believes in them and stuff, and they put that $1 billion in the market cap, and then the people holding the coins go and dump it because they just got a huge return. Well, where did all that money go? And then on top of that, they have to pay that money back. It's a loan. So that wouldn't make any sense. So they must have independent treasuries. And that's where it comes into even a project like Caldera. Not saying they're not going to do well or whatever. They need to have some kind of mechanism where a certain percentage of what they're making, gas fees on transactions, something, is going into the market cap to feed it. When you look at a crypto project, this is Crypto IQ sauce right here, and you're trying to figure out if you should invest in it or speculate on it. I'm not giving you financial advice. This is just what I would do. If I can clearly understand how the money gets into the market cap, and it sounds reasonable and it sounds like the money will go into the market cap, especially if it's written into a smart contract, like it happens automatically, I don't have to wait for somebody in the company to decide to do it, then I'm far more confident to speculate on that because I can understand the flow of the money. When you look at a project and you don't understand the flow of the money, not saying that no project is worth investing in because people speculate and the price could still go up, right? But think long term, especially if you're buying something in the, first year and a half into the cycle. You want to know how that money is going to be flowing in over the next years that you're going to be holding the token. And that's just some free sauce. Hopefully somebody found that valuable. See some bear div on BTC, but I'm hodling. I am hodling my position, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, I see. What time frame was that on, Mr. J? Was it on a bigger time frame, like the 15 or the hour? I assume it probably was if you brought it up. Freyas AI, which is FAI, sitting at 1 penny. And how many people understand, I know Alex is probably gone, but that the price of the token is pretty irrelevant. And the only things that really matter here are the market cap and the circulating supply. That's all that matters. This could have a 1 quadrillion max supply, but if this many tokens are out, then we're just dividing that by this and we're getting this. And that's all that matters. And if we're just dividing the market cap into the circulating supply, then that's what we're getting the price at. So when you come to a project and you see 0.0000 something, it doesn't even matter. And you could go to a project and it says $5,000 and it still doesn't matter. All that matters is amount of the money in the market cap and the circulating supply. In my opinion, not financial advice. That's what I believe. That's what I think. That's what I do. Just in case somebody's going to come after me for that lawsuit. Look at 2 hours is creating A descending, oh, look at the 2 hour. Okay. Got to remember the question I asked. Creating a descending triangle, I assume he means, and the RSI rising. So it's going down while it's, okay. And that would be, that's a regular bearish div, right? Or is that bullish bearish div? I don't know. I have to actually look at it on the chart, right? Let's see. I'm pulling it up for a half second here. It said 2 hour chart. I at least do know somewhat how to find my divs, right? Now that I have so much more time on my hand and I'm in crypto 24/7, it's a lot easier for me to look at a lot of things that for the longest time I wasn't really able to do steady TA all the time. I mean, I don't see much of a div on the 2 hour. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I was a little bit too zoomed in. Like I was looking at the current price action, but it's a 2 hour chart, so you got to kind of go back. So, and I know I don't have the chart up. I apologize. I don't want to port it all over, and this is not a TA channel. Just wanted to look real quick what everybody's talking about. Yeah, there's definitely some there. And is that it, though? You know, it's a 2 hour div. I've found that and this is just my own speculation, that a lot of times the time frames, the div plays out relative to the time frame. Does anybody else feel like that, or am I just over here making stuff up? So let's see. The 1 hour is where the bear div, 30-minute 2. It was on the 2 hour as well. But I'm sure it's probably more pronounced on the 1 hour here. Let me come over and look at the 1 hour too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely very pronounced. But have we already got through it, I guess, is what I was saying. Because it did pull back after that. Are you saying we should go for a harder pullback? And then also when the div, you know, when you get a div on a big time frame and you don't have a major pullback, is that a signal of more strength in the market to the upside? And vice versa. If you have a lot of bearish div and then you get very little push up, is that a lot of signal of strength? Because I also see on the 1 hour some bullish divergence on the 1 hour for sure. So did we already kind of play out that hour divergence in the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours? And maybe that 1 hour bullish div will take over. I don't know. I'm not a TA expert, and I'm going to go ahead and stop while I don't even know if I'm ahead, but I'm going to stop. So yes, the 1 hour bear. Yeah, I think it's already started to pull back, and I don't know. I don't know. Have I said that yet? 85.2% of market percent. $85.2 million in market cap. Get back to what I was, get my brain straight here. I need some water. November 30th, 2024 on the max chart for this Freya AI. Do we care about this? Is it a meme coin? No, it's AI. And it's an AI agent. So it might be worth looking at. Sometimes you read the ticker and the name of the project and you're just like, I don't know if I even need to read this. So Freya AI, should have known it was AI. Hitting almost that 3 hour mark. I must be getting tired. Starting to phase some of these things and mix them all together. Let's go to their website, though. AI agents, I mean, there's a place for it. Hopefully it stays hot. Team sideways, yeah. I hope we just go sideways and don't get much of a dump. Let the 21 catch back up on the 4 hour. Haven't really looked at the 4 hour chart, but I know that Lifer was saying that in the Discord for a while. Okay, AI for all humans. I mean, who else would AI be for? AI for AI, maybe? Enabling sovereign AI and self-owned cognition at global scale. Self-manifesto. So what, did they have like the AI write its own manifesto? And if it did, who prompted it to do that? Your twin is cryptographically bound to you. All right, this got weird real fast. Representing you across the twin network. Okay, so not only do you have a twin, but there's a twin network. Extending social coordination and human conditions past biological limitation. I should really stop hitting the base of my microphone because who knows when it'll stop working. You guys would tell me, right, if the microphone wasn't working? The Freya Manifesto. I just think of some of the tactics I see people do sometimes. Like they'll mute their microphone, you know what I mean? And then everybody in the chat starts going crazy and telling them that it's muted. And then because of the chat rolling in, they're big channels, by the way. They're not little channels like me. All that chat generates a bunch of, stuff for the algorithm to send more people in because it looks like the chat's really active. I remember Crypto Lifer used to have like his pre-made little things for like his group, for the group, and also his class. That's the word I'm looking for. And he'd put it real big in the middle of the thing, and he'd talk about it for a minute, and then he would like go on with the show. You know what I mean? And like quote unquote forget to move it, and then chat would just go nuts. Everybody trying to tell him, and he'd just be like pretending to ignore the chat, and it'd just pump the heck out of the channel. Can't wait till I'm big enough to do that kind of stuff. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it works, you know. The Freya Manifesto. We believe cognition should be self-owned, composable, and open, not rented from central AI labs. Centralized AI labs. This manifesto sets our vision towards a network of digital twins, enabling direct democracy at world scale. This is very interesting. This whole twin network thing. I don't know what I think about that. Why twin first? So creating digital twins is the safest first step to aligning autonomous systems with human intent. So we got the word intent in here, so that's interesting. If you know about the Anoma deep dive we've been doing for 2 days, before we build general intelligence, we prototype ourselves. And you can sign the manifesto. I don't like the idea of signing a manifesto. That sounds very negative. Connect your twin and expand your reach. I'm just making a joke there. So Freya and Esper. I guess that's Freya. I don't know. Esper by Freya. So it's like a creation of Freya. Frieza. I'm probably not saying it right. Meet Silo. Silo is a personal AI interface focused on privacy and the first step towards creating personalized digital twins. Hey, funny conspiracy. Apparently they say that AI was not created. They are entities from another dimension coming through a portal, CERN, and D-Waves computer quantum in AI. Oh, man. How much time y'all got? Yeah, I'm well aware of that, actually, Blues Guy. Man, what do I say? What do I not say here? I don't want you guys to think I'm absolutely nuts, and I'm not. Very sane. When somebody says they're sane, doesn't that make them seem like they're less sane? I don't know. But anyways, yeah, that is definitely a conspiracy. And if you know, you know. Maybe one for the Discord and not the live. But yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies out there. And when it comes to other dimensional things and stuff like that, got a little bit of experience in that maybe we'll talk about another time. A very interesting topic, but definitely not crypto. All right, so this is, it takes everything in me actually to not talk about it. So meet Silo. I don't want to meet Silo, but that's the interface, right? Oh, that was Silo, just scrolling down. Thought it would take me to like a Web3. So you could download this on iOS and Apple, Mac OS. And it just looks like an AI chatbot. Like it just looks like a ChatGPT. Don't they all just look like a ChatGPT? When are they going to change the format to be very unique or something? I don't know. They all just seem the same, like a chatbot. So nothing, long talk, LOL, yeah, DMT, and some other things as well. It'd be more of a phone call for me and you to have, Blues Guy. I don't know if the world's ready for that one. So Pythia. What is Pythia? And again, there's a million things here. We could go all night long when it comes to this. Pythia, number 625 by market cap, 82.1 million. And these were listed by market cap. So these are going to start getting really small. Solana, pumped out fun little icon there. Let's go to its website. It's AI. And Python coding, that's what it kind of makes me think of. Welcome to the dawn of Homo sapien 2.0. What is that, the chatbots? Hi, I'm Pytha, the first AI brain linked rat. I hope they didn't really do that. We don't need to do that. Blending biological smarts with AI. I can think, learn, and answer. Step towards new symbiosis, redefining intelligence. They didn't need to do that. We didn't need to do that. I don't know what else to say there. Mr. J, BTC trying to cross the 1 minute 200 MA. That would be bullish. The hardest part of AI is to make an intuitive enough interface for non-tech people to leverage its full potential. Yeah, absolutely it is. And here's a roadmap. I don't even want to see the roadmap. I don't know why. I don't like this idea. I don't think we need to shove and I'm not like a tree hugger for the animals 24/7 either. I'm not a vegan, but I don't know. This just seems like we don't need to do that. We have ChatGPT. I don't need to know what a lab rat is thinking. He's not going to help me do my taxes on crypto when I take profits, so I don't need him, and we're going to move on from that. If he can't do my crypto taxes, then I have no use for him. They need to just leave the lab rat alone. All right, Cookie DAO. Okay, I didn't know that was an Alpha Binance Spotlight. What is Cross? Also just a good way to find some coins that we've never heard about. A lot of these coins were relatively new, though, Like a lot of them were not small. And we're not going to, because tomorrow is Play to Earn Gaming. This is GameFi. We did Sonoma ecosystem. We didn't make it all the way through that. Haven't really thought out what it's going to be. Trying to keep the GameFi Fridays educational and crypto IQ, but also somewhat fun playing games. But I don't know. What's the audience? That might not be my audience. I don't think everybody wanted to come here to watch me play games. So we got to switch it up. We got to keep it a little in and a little out. And that's just a fun dynamic to try to keep going. All right, I am caught up on the chat. Let's talk about Cross, number 659 by market cap, up 266.2% on the max chart. Max chart says July 3rd, 2025. Debuted at 6 cents. Again, this is always according to CoinGecko. They could have been out before that. I'm not going to go deep dive every single project, right? So $76.9 million in its market cap. I'm going to use the data that I have readily available, all put in one place, and not try to go find the exact moment that somebody launched this project. Probably didn't need to say all that, but I did. 1 billion max supply, 335.2 million in circulating supply. Not even half, not even 50% vested. And again, July 3rd, 2025 was not that long ago, and it came out and had a nice pump, and it's mostly held it. That's solid, in my opinion. It's one of the better looking charts we've looked at on a max chart in a minute. Now, there's been some good ones, but that at least is memorable. BNB Smart Chain contract address, website, go into it, but we're not going to look at it just yet. Just a little tease. Twitter, same thing. Let's get rid of some of these tabs that we really don't need, but don't X out of the ones we do need. Okay. Smart contract, GameFi. That's hilarious. We were just talking about GameFi, so maybe this will be continued tomorrow. Layer 1, we're definitely doing GameFi tomorrow, but where we're going to go with it, I'm not 100% sure. So Cross, open a new game economy, next-gen blockchain, gaming protocol for true players, ownership, and seamless interoperability. I don't know about you, if anybody in here is a gamer. I've never been like a huge, crazy competitive gamer, but I've always enjoyed video games for sure, especially as a young kid. 140.9 thousand followers. I really look forward to the future of owning stuff. Like, you give me a World of Warcraft style game with 100% blockchain technology behind it, and I'm in. Wrap it in a metaverse, and then throw that metaverse in a virtual reality. I don't know how much I'm going to like it or not like it. Hopefully they figure that stuff out where it moves with your eyes and it doesn't make you have a headache like, the Meta's VR does. But anyways, my point is I look forward to where, like, if I get a really dope drop in a dungeon or something like that, sounds very nerdy just saying it out loud, but if you ever played WoW or any game, RuneScape, any of that, and then I own it for real, and then I can go sell it and I can make a living doing on that, man, the kids are going to go crazy for that. They're going to go crazy for it. It'd be huge. Cross looks like a cannonball about to pop. So I get the feeling Blues Guy is going to the charts and pulling up like everything I'm going over. It's a nice symbiotic relationship we got there if that's what you're doing. It says it looks like it's about to pop. Can you expound upon that? Maybe throw it in the community charts. I just came up with a great idea. Be a little bit of work and stuff, and there's zero pressure to do this, Blue Sky, but as we go through, if you want to be putting charts of whatever you think looks good or terrible, whatever, screenshot them and put them in there as we go along. That'd be really cool. And again, at your own, leisure and whatever you want to do. I don't want to pressure anybody. I appreciate you guys being here, and I'm not trying to put any weight on your back. So, Blues Guy, he says, Blue Guy, I feel BTC will hug the 21 MA and chill out a bit before our next move, but I would take a pop anytime. Oh, he says Cross looks like, okay, no, this is Cross. Okay, at first I was like, well, maybe I read that wrong, and he was talking about the Cross of like maybe, some moving averages or something on BTC, but no, this is literally Cross. I think he's talking about this project. And yeah, anything you want to throw over there as we go along might build ambition and motivation for people to join the Discord, and that'll bring them into the community and make them more active in the community. I think that would be awesome. So announcing that game token, USDTX, trading pairs are now available. So what's the game, though? Let's go to the website. That's where we should be. Building transparent and sustainable game economies. Is this the right website? I think it is, but we're just going to go ahead and hit it again. Okay, it is. Oh, well, let's have a pop together. We're talking about soda? It's got to be sugar-free. Building transparent and sustainable game economies. Super random, but right now I'm on that carnivore diet for a while. So no sugar for me. Cross is a decentralized protocol and infrastructure layer designed to empower open communities, enable transparent digital economies through token-based value coordinations. Our mission is to foster a fair, accessible, and community-governed Web3 environment where users are not just participants but owners. Love that. Play first, grow together. Cross, who are they involved with? Where are the games? Where are the games? I want to play one of them right now. I want to deep dive this just a tiny bit and find a game or something so that we could pull it up tomorrow. So far, it seems like they're involved with no games. Let's go to announcements. They don't even have announcements. I guess the announcements are only on their Twitter and their Telegram is what it looked like. A cannonball pop. Oh, okay. Saying like, let's make it happen, manifest it. All right. I'm with you, Blues Guy. So this is Crosswave. I thought we already went to their Twitter, but this feels like a different Twitter. This is a different Twitter. Crosswave pool overview. Starting with Rohan to Global, 5% of in-game revenue will be procured as Cross and will go to Crosswave pool. See, this is what I like to see. We were talking about seeing the money. I'm pointing at the screen like you're going to see me pointing at the screen. That's not the way to do it. This is what I'm talking about. So they're saying that 5% of in-game revenue is going to go to the Crosswave pool. Now, it doesn't say that it's going to go to the market cap, but at least I can see it going somewhere, right? And don't forget, an additional 5 million Cross is allocated only for round 1 of season 1. Okay. Then you have Nexus. And what is Nexus? I'm trying to think of a project. There was a project that was a crypto project, and you could port it into like your Epic Games. And whether you were playing Fortnite, Rust, there was like 5 or 6 different games that you literally earned the crypto while you played. It was very interesting. I mean, the project's down in the dumps as far as price action goes, and I think it might be a failure. But the idea was solid. Another thing that I want to say is like with the whole seeing the money going into the market cap or where the money's going and stuff, it's super important. Another thing is when you don't see that and you just see them giving away, you got to think about staking rewards and stuff like that. Like if they're not doing good stuff with the money and earning a much higher percentage than what they're giving you, well, then obviously they're going to run out of money. You know, it just becomes a number game. It's like that when you were a kid doing the math problems and you had the math machine and you put the money in and the money came out. It just becomes very simple like that. I can see a W pattern on the daily. Could happen up to 126. Yeah, I've decided I'm just going to hold in for a little while and see what we do at this level. Cross crypto can refer to either Cross, the in-gaming blockchain project, or to the cross-chain concept within the broader crypto ecosystem. That makes sense. Cross is a layer 1 blockchain for games, while cross-chain technology enables communication and asset transfers between different blockchains. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I love that you put that, though. I'm going to hit follow here on the main project. They got another follower out of me. And I'll just look to see if they put anything out. I would like to see a game that they're at least associated with. Teaming up with Play with Korea. A lot of people have no idea how big in a lot of Asian countries gaming is. You know, it's like their version of the NFL. After the successful launch of Rohan 2 Global, Nexus, and Play with Korea are now co-publishing Seal M Global. Okay, so is this the game? What is Seal M Global? So they're now publishing it. So what is it? Not out? Co-publishing it? This was October 1st. So that was literally yesterday. Here's a blog all about it. It's a good transition, honestly, to transition into some more GameFi type stuff right now. Well done. Anyone regret not taking gaming so seriously when you had the chance if you could just earn crypto from it? Yeah, definitely. But I mean, really, when I was a kid, none of that stuff existed. I'm sure Mr. J is as old as me, if not older. Maybe. I'm assuming here. Maybe you're younger than me. But either way, yeah. There was, I guess there was competitive gaming and stuff like that. Like, it definitely existed. But it wasn't, I don't think, where it is now. And I knew people that farmed gold on WoW for a living. You know what I mean? But they were doing all kinds of stuff, you know. I remember when a buddy of mine, just talking to World of Warcraft, but this applies to a lot of other things. He literally was running a private server with mods. And then I saw later GTA people were running private servers with tons of mods in them, and people were paying $100 a month to be in there. They were making 50, 60, 100,000 K a month just off of these private servers. And I have no idea why I didn't make one too. I probably should have did that. It's too busy running around doing other stuff. Lighter is doing great work. Congrats to Novakovsky. Mainnet is live after 8 months. Yeah, if anybody hasn't seen, I'm reading my own repost that I forgot I reposted. But if anybody hasn't seen, Lighter is now live and out of testnet into mainnet. Also, this is Elsa. If you want to work on, this is out of our Anoma deep dive that I haven't quite got to sign up with. I think if you mess around with that, you could get some airdrops from Anoma, which is still speculation. They won't commit to it and tell you straight up that they're going to do airdrops, but it seems to be kind of read between the lines, and that's how it is a lot of times with airdrops. So I think we are from the same era, coming from WoW and RuneScape. Okay. I never know, but that's good to know. Man, oh man, yeah, gaming is huge in Asia. A lot of money been made, bro. I remember my first game was Atari. I wasn't that far off from that. Or at least I remember it. I mean, I was nowhere near around when it came out. But, I mean, that doesn't mean it couldn't still be your first game. A lot of, honestly, PlayStation was out, PlayStation 2 was out, and I still had a Sega Genesis and a, Nintendo 64. Probably had an Atari at some point. Speaking of gaming, how are we doing with this Dark Star? I still have not figured out what wallet. I just think it's so funny that I can't figure out what wallet I connected to it. And I know I connected the wallet to it. So Did I like go to Coinbase or something like that and get my wallet address? I don't know why I would do that. I should have just connected my Soulflare wallet, right? Or maybe I had to make a wallet with them. I know where I could probably figure this out. Had the eureka moment there. We can get rid of the coin perspective. That was fun. Saros was interesting. The moon math is always fun to do. But when you've done it a bunch of times, a lot of times the moon math gets old. You stay more relative to what it really could do. You know, you could pull up every coin on Coin Perspective and then imagine what it would be like if it had the market cap of Bitcoin, but you're wasting your time, in my opinion, most of the time. That tell you how young I am. Exactly. So this Memax is pretty cool. I'm probably going to mess around with it a little bit. I don't know if they're just like porting you over from X. I don't know how this works, but it looks very interesting. If anybody missed it, you might want to go back and watch that part about Memecore. You see Memecore pumping and stuff. Why? Well, it's because it's almost looking like they're going to have their own social media. It's rather built in conjunction with X, or they're just going to copy X. I don't really know. I don't see them getting away with just copying X. Mr. J, now the 5-minute 200 MA is trying to hold on. Exactly. You got some traders in the chat. I love that. I love bringing that lifer vision over to this channel. It's awesome. All right, what was I doing? I was doing something. I don't know why this has this thing here like there's something I need to do. And I don't know what it is. They want me to spend or purchase some of this Kaya, and I'm not going to do it. All right, well, did I X out Gala Games? Why would I do that? That's my little idle game that I keep running. So when I'm working, every hour or two, I can pop over there and sell some sugar to the neighbors, if you know what I'm talking about. And Gala Games is pretty dope. We'll probably talk about Gala Games tomorrow. If you can't feel the stream's turning down a little bit, we're hitting the 3-hour and 15 mark. I don't know what the longest stream that we've done so far is, but it's feeling like it might be the one. So let's see. He says, my first PS1, but it's not exactly the newest thing when I started playing it. The manifestation is real. Exactly. I remember having a PS1, but I remember playing the PS2 a lot more. Where did this just take us? What are all these games? I don't remember all these games. A lot of times you'll go to the games and you'll try to play it, and then it'll say like, meant for iOS or something like that. We're going to dig into this actually a little bit more tomorrow, because why not? Okay, but you didn't have to go full screen on me here. Maybe it'll be more fun with it. So Memax, interesting. Yeah, Memax is really interesting. I'm going to sign up for it and just see what it is. Maybe I'll do a pre-recording in the DeFi tab. Man, I wish I had 10 more of me and at least double the hours in a day for all the things I want to do. Is crazy. I need to get to the point where, a lot of people think it's selfish. You want to make some money off of, YouTube and stuff like that. But for me, to make money off of YouTube really just means that I can not worry about some other things, my other businesses that I would love to. I don't know. I would say I love to move. A couple of the businesses I've already moved out of, that's why I'm even able to be here and do this. But I have other businesses running as well that generate income. And at least one of them will probably always be around. But the other ones I would like to get rid of. Honestly, I'd rather do this full time. But in order to do that, I got to make a little bit of money. I never know when something goes into, full mode. We'll back it out. All right, cool. So anyways, what I was saying was it's not about getting super rich off of YouTube and my community and all of that crap. It's just more about let me make a decent amount of money doing what I love so that I can pour all my time into doing what I love even more and crank out even more value and content for you guys every day. That's the mission. That's the dream for me anyway. I am definitely thinking of looking a lot deeper into Memax. Yeah, Mr. JC, if you found something like that and it turns out to be useful for you, man, I did my job, I did what I set out to do. Selfish to take care of oneself. People LOL saying he's selfish. You should take care of me instead of you. Yeah, that is the vibe a lot of the time. And I mean, it doesn't bother me much at all. Everybody goes to work for themselves. It's like if I do YouTube or something, have a job, I'm just like making money off my community and taking money out of people's pockets. But like when you go to work and get paid to work, it's somehow like totally different. I've heard that narrative from a couple people, but honestly, I feel like, it used to be firemen and policemen that kids wanted to be when they grow up. Now, what do they mostly say? What does my 7-year-old say? He says he wants to be a YouTuber. Then I constantly try to explain to him what do you have to actually do to be a YouTuber. Doesn't seem excited about it. He said he was going to be a developer for Minecraft. And I was like, you have to actually know how to develop, though. So I get him some coding apps and stuff like that. He's finally starting to actually enjoy doing the coding apps and stuff. But at first he was like, this is not a fun game. I don't want to play this. I'm always happy for people when they can do what they love. People just bitter and jealous of you making money doing what you love. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it's not as rampant as you might think. I feel like one thing that keeps people away from live streaming and stuff is like they're so convinced that there's going to be all these trolls and bots that are just going to come to their page and, shit on them. And then everybody's going to read it and then they're going to leave and hate you and nobody's going to want. And so far has not been like that, So far, I don't think I've had anybody say anything negative in the chat. I'm just trying to get people to chat. I see a couple people hopped off. We obviously are winding down a little bit here. This is like the fun part of the end of the chat where we just get to chat, end of the chat, the end of the video, the end of the stream where we just get to chat a little bit. And I see viewership hopping off a little bit, even more than what I just said. So it's just going to be Mr. J and Blues Guy for a minute. We're just going to have a good talk here. My body doesn't know the difference if you close your eyes and do it in the mind and if you do it in real manifest. Oh, yeah, exactly. Upon sleeping, brainwaves, theta, gold. Yep. It's very true. And then there's like a whole thing to it. Jim Rohn, I think Jim Rohn has a really good take on manifesting because like people talk about manifesting and I won't go too crazy into it or anything because like there is a realm of it that I think is very true. And then there's the craziness of new age and stuff like that where people take it to just like if you sit at your house and you just say like a mantra, like just money, 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 money. And you think money is coming to you. I think you've got another thing coming to you and it isn't money. It's a rude awakening that if you don't get out of your comfort zone, if you don't do something, I guess you don't have to get out of your comfort zone necessarily because that's different for everybody. But if you don't do something of value, money is not falling in your lap. You know what I mean? Like even if you're going to win the lottery, you got to have some money and go to the store and buy a lottery ticket. Like you got to do something. If that's your thing and you think you're going to win the lottery ticket and you don't ever go to the store and buy any lottery tickets, then... And that used to be a joke forever with people is they'd be like, yeah, I'm just hoping I'll win the lottery. And I'd be like, dude, I know you. I see you every day. We work together. You don't play the lottery. And you're telling me that your whole thing is one day you're going to win the lottery. It doesn't make any sense to me when you don't play the lottery. Anyways, my whole point was about manifesting, I think there's definitely an aspect that is anywhere from true and also biblical and things like that. And then there's just crazy land where people think that things are going to fall out of the sky for them. And one guy somewhere got lucky and was sitting on his couch and, a bag of money was thrown through his window as somebody robbed a bank or ran down the street. I don't know. And it happened for one person somehow. And they think that's going to happen for everybody. And that's insane. This dude is farming. Yep, Jim Rohn is the man. Exactly. At the end of the stream, a lot of times I throw on this gala game just as we're chatting, just as we're winding down here. We're running up on the 3.5 hour mark, if you can believe that. Blues Guy, Mr. J, I don't know where you hopped in, but I know Blues Guy was here from like the beginning. Man, hanging out for 3.5 hours, deep diving crypto. It's just such an awesome thing, in my opinion. It's really just been amazing to do this channel. It's awesome to do something that you really love and are passionate about. a lot of my life has been trying to find something that I'm passionate about, and you think you are, and you get started doing it, and you're like, this is not it. This is not really what I'm passionate about. So many things are incorporated with this. Like, one, I get to do crypto, which I love. I actually get to be on point and on top of crypto trending and all those things, and trade and be in the charts like I've always wanted to be able to really be dialed in and connected to. But I also get to be really creative, making the thumbnails, making the content. And also, I'm a people person. Like, this just works for me on so many levels, honestly. I'm definitely a people person. I'm the type I can sit and talk to anybody, even if I disagree with them completely. Like, we can have a great debate. I don't really get angry. I don't got to, like, force my opinion on people. And so it's just awesome to be able to just meet tons of new people, talk to people in the chat, in the Discord, make some connections and stuff. It's just awesome. And I know I'm just kind of ranting about YouTube, but I'm really rolling into like a month and a half of doing the live stream, and it's just been a great idea. I'm glad I did it. Pretty cool, Mr. J. You're cool. Underground Crypto, so much, buddy. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And also, what's the point of stacking up tons of knowledge in different, like, I can see you, Blues Guy. You've got a lot of knowledge of some of the meditation, manifesting frequencies, trading. I see you do a lot of trading, even conspiracy talk and things like that. Definitely the type of person I could probably sit around and talk with in person for hours and hours and not get bored of the conversation. Not everybody you could say that about, right? But my point is, like, we all have things. I want to say we all have things that we're, like, passionate about, but it's not true. Everybody doesn't. We know lots of people who have no real passion. And they just get up and go to work in their job they're not passionate about, and they go home and they're not excited about even their household and their family. And it's always mind-boggling to me. It's almost like NPC status, right? That's a conspiracy for another day. I wouldn't say I necessarily believe that we're in a simulation or NPC, but if you look at it and break it down, it could also not be that far from the truth. I just don't think it's a literal simulation. But that's not about crypto, is it? Blues Guy, you are cool to a wealth of knowledge. Exactly. And everybody brings their knowledge. I mean, back to me talking about the YouTube channel and the idea and the thesis. That's what it's all about. Everybody has the things they're into. And of course, we all connect and we kind of center around crypto, even in the Discord. But I was just thinking today, I'm probably going to start a tab for some motivation. And the cool thing about it is if you're not into any of it, then you don't click on it, right? If you're not into motivation, you're not into Jim Rohn, you're not into better in your life, you're not into any of those things, just don't click on the tab and it'll never bother you. I think that's an awesome thing. And so I'll probably throw some things in there, some good, whether it's some great music, maybe it's, a workout plan that I think is cool, or a workout influencer I think is got some good content. If it's something spiritual, it could be anything. It's probably going to be a lot of Jim Rohn quotes, right? Because I am big on my Jim Rohn kick. I listen to him. I probably listened to Jim Rohn for 10 hours this week because my workouts are about 2 hours. And, well, I do them more than 5 days a week. But anyways, that's besides the point. Probably a good 10 to 12 to 14 hours a week of Jim Rohn. And it really is getting my mind right. All right, so Blues Guy says, oh, man, you know it. Thanks, man. Sweet. Appreciate all the good words. Got a lot of stories and wisdom, bro. I bet you do. I think we all do in some capacity. I don't know if you're talking about you or me, but either way, I'm sure it's true that we both definitely do. And, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm always like, I don't want to hop off. I'm having such a great time. But I do have some other things that I definitely have to do. Got to go pull some shipping for the other business and stuff like that. Cross-listing. Have like an eBay resale company as well. Where just thrift and resell and stuff like that. And it does really well. So as I got out of my other business, I don't know why I'm always apprehensive to talk about my other businesses and stuff like that I used to do. I always was like a service-based business. I used to run a handyman company. I still kind of technically do, but I just do the work that I want to do, right? So we need to chat more, brother. Yeah, absolutely, Blues Guy. I mean, Blues Guy, we've been chatting enough and things like that. If you private message me or something, I'll shoot you my phone number. if you had any idea about a lot of the stuff that I do, where, you know, I guess mentorship is the best way to put it. You know, people call my phone all the time, and I tell every single one of them, you can call me at any time for any reason, any hour of the day. And so they do. And so me giving my number to people who I don't technically know doesn't bother me at all. Plus, through having businesses, I get so many calls from everything you can think of, you know, everything you can think of, from the spammers to the legitimately just annoying solicitors, all of it. I think I ran out of things to sell here on the farm, right? I can't sell all my sugar cane. So like it's so funny. I play this. I never explain it. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's farming. You grow crops. I grow sugar cane. Then it gets stored in these silos. And then they take the sugar cane and the wood, because I also grow some trees and some wood, right? And then we take that to the wood mill, or the windmill, sorry. And then it mixes, like, you know, some wood probably to turn the wood mill. I don't know what the wood's for. But the sugar cane goes here, it turns into sugar, and then we just ship it out. And there's actually like a lot of other things, if you pull up like the actual things you can buy that you can do. Like tons of stuff that you can do. You can make flour and farm mushrooms and have animals and all kinds of stuff. But when I play a game and the goal is to get money, I just monopolize, you know, the heck out of one thing, and then that's where the money comes in, and it just gets on autopilot. I guess it's just kind of the business guy in me. So Blues Guy says perfect. And said, Mr. J says, do you stream same time every day, even on the weekends? So, yes, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. New York time, always. And we did last weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do every weekend, but on the weekends, you know, the lifer, he's live, and I'm not going to be live when he's live. You saw how that worked out on the monthly close that he did. What was that, like Wednesday or something like that? It's a random stream he does. Not random to him, but like, you know, it falls on the last day of the month, which can change a lot. So anyways, my point is we were going live at like 10:15. I'd probably make it more like 10 o'clock. I wasn't sure if he was going to run 2 hours on those streams. I don't know if it's because he's in Singapore or whatever, but he was only running like an hour and 15 minutes on those. But we'll probably still make it 10 o'clock. And also it allows me to do a few more things in my day with the family during the weekend. And I probably won't be live. I know I wish I could be like the lifer, and I'm going to build up to it. And once we have a bigger community, I can see it coming, you know. So I'm just going to enjoy the random day here and there that I can like go to my friend's house who's like an hour and a half away and hang out, childhood friend and stuff who I usually hang out with on the weekends a lot of the time. I don't want to completely not be able to do that, but I'm so committed to the channel that I can see once this thing blows up a little more, I probably will have to do my stream earlier in the day or something, you know. I can imagine Blue Guy being I need some water is what it is. I can imagine Blue's Guy being great guy to hang out with and around. And I can't believe there's still 11 people here right now. It is wild. So Mr. J, the lifer is your neighbor right now. Oh, yeah, because he's like in Singapore. Exactly. Yeah. And man, I don't want to do it too much because I don't want to seem like, you know, I don't know, anything from a paid shill to just weirdly talk about it or anything. But man, the lifer is such a great person. He really is. And he's the same person off camera. I got the luxury to meet him. Happened very organically. And hang out and be around him, his family, my family and stuff like that. My wife and children, his wife. It's just awesome. And I got to tell you, he's the same guy. He really is. The same good dude that you know on the live stream. He's not putting on any front. And I haven't hung out with him once or twice. I've hung out with him several times. And I just want to tell everybody who's here, it's only 10 people. So, you know, this is for like the core of my community. I just want you guys to know, kind of from the bottom of my heart, how much I appreciate him. Of course, that's to be said. He's been really good to me as far as shouting me out on the channel. I've never asked him to do anything of that nature. But also, I just want everybody to know how, like, genuinely that is Sam. Like, that is who he is. Of course, he says it, too. Like, you go live that much every day. Like, you're not really going to be able to hide much. Like, if you're an angry person, if he was, like, a super angry person all the time and then he got on his stream and he tried to act like he wasn't, you would see it, right? You would see it at some point. You can't go live every day for 2 hours, sometimes double streams, and not have hints of that come across. I don't know why I felt really compelled to say that, but I just want everybody to know, like, he's the truth. He is legitimate. He is exactly who he says he is. And now at the end of the stream seems like a good time to say that, right? All right, what are we doing in the chat? I went on a little rampage, so I was missing some stuff. So Mr. J asked if I streamed every day, and I explained that. He said, perfect. I can imagine Blues Guy being a great guy to hang around. Totally agree with that. Okay, and then he said, Lifer is your neighbor right now because he's in Singapore. And then Oren says, good morning from Thailand, just woke up. Well, we're going extra long tonight, Oren, so I just can't believe that one day I was just calling you orphan. I was like slap happy that Sunday, and it was late. I don't know what the heck was wrong with me. But yeah, Orhan, good to see you here. We ran long enough that you woke up and joined us. That's great. I almost don't know if I don't know. Should we push the stream back another hour? Because it seemed to get a lot of pop and attention around like 10:30. Or do I just start at 8 and we'll just roll on? I need those watch hours for the channel, so maybe that's what we'll do. And then Mr. J says, I know I can feel him breathing. That's hilarious. Hey, Oren, good rising friend at Horan. Good morning. Everybody just being great community members here. Ice latte, extra shot, please. Yep. Now you're speaking my language. Had to have a coffee right before the stream, man. It was getting to the point where it was like the last few days or several days, like by the time I get on the stream, I'd feel fine. And after like an hour, I'm like not falling asleep. I feel like I'm going to fall out. You know what I mean? Just been going too hard at the gym and whatnot. So Blues Guy says, we love you, Underground G. Thank you very much. We love the lifer. Happy lifer. So Oren Saudi, maybe that's something that I don't understand. Oh yeah, they're definitely speaking something I don't understand there. All right, Oren, we were waiting for you. Yeah, exactly. We were just waiting for you to show up, man. Oh yeah, Oren, and maybe somebody could fill me in on what the Sawasadi, I don't even know what that means or what it even is. So that Blues Guy had an alarm for this video but slept through it. The indica really strong. That's hilarious. And man, you put an alarm on to wake up and watch the stream. That is awesome, man. If your alarm would have went off, Oren, and you would have got up, what time would you have came in to the stream, just so I can maybe watch out for you a little bit? So we said good morning in Thailand. Okay, in Thai. Okay. Well, you guys with the multicultural, multi-language, high IQs over there. I was lost. I'm American. I speak English. I don't know nothing else. Tiniest bit of Spanish because I'm in Florida. So we do have quite a few Spanish-speaking people, but couldn't hold a conversation, that's for sure. Could more like eavesdrop a couple of words out of a conversation. Indica, get sativa now. Oh, yeah, exactly. My alarm was for 3.5 hours ago. Okay, Asian Open. All right, I got you. Well, you know, maybe you'll get up on that alarm another day, and we will greatly appreciate you going through that effort to be here. Let's play some Darkstar for a half a second. This feels like what I should be doing tomorrow's stream, but yeah, I'll do it right now. The ones that shoot the little pink things, when you first start the round, like I have nothing. I'm just getting wrecked. I really hate the controls, though. I really wish... Let me make sure. Do these controls work? No. So you can't use the arrow controls, which is really annoying. Because as you're, like, playing, or if you left-click, or right-click, I should say, it totally throws you off and messes you up. And, like, you start with, like, your mouse cursor, like, right in this little circle, and the next thing you know, it's, like, up in the top right corner of my screen, and, like, I can't move around. Dang it. I'm not going to lie, this game is pretty fun the more I play it. Now, if I was going to sit down and play a game, probably not my first choice, but if I actually am receiving some Darkstar to a wallet somewhere that is undisclosed because I literally can't remember, That would be pretty cool. I'd probably play this a lot more often. Dang, we got a boss already? I haven't even gotten anything yet, though. All right. I like when we get the update or the upgrades because I can stop for a minute and see what the heck is going on in this chat. Says Blues Guy. Okay, we read all that, read that. Asia Open. Video good timing. I'll run it back. Sweet. We did go over a lot of pretty cool stuff today and talk about a lot of stuff. To do. Okay, yeah, we're going into Spanish there. Good friend. Yeah, I got good and friend, right? So, play Frogger. Bonjour. Yeah, so now he's throwing the French in there. I only know 1 or 2 words in most languages, so sorry if I expanded my Thai and French already. Expended. Okay, yeah, that's funny. I just use ChatGPT to translate everything, pretty much. Somebody messaged me in Spanish, actually, on the comments. And they were acting like I could just go into YouTube and, like, turn on Spanish subtitles. And, like, I don't know. There is some kind of way to do it, but apparently they're, like, not very accurate or good. Hope everyone took some profits this rally. Well, I'm hoping to sell somewhat more close to the top of the cycle here, so I guess we'll see what's going on in 3 months. I mean, if I'm trading, I'll take some profits here and there, but I don't know if I'm going to take profits on anything too crazy right this second. Because if we get an explosive next couple of months, you know, you got different type of people. Some people get in and they bounce out and get in. I don't know how much I should think about it or be worried about it. Maybe I would have made a lot more money, probably, if I would have done that. But every time you do that, you create a taxable event. Now, if you're not in America, maybe that doesn't matter. I have no idea. I know there's lots of Middle Eastern countries where they have zero tax. You know, so maybe they don't care at all. But for here in America, I want the lower tax on my capital gains. There's heavy speculation. I've heard it through you know, Trump's campaign trail and all kinds of different stuff. But there's heavy speculation that he's going to make it zero tax on American cryptos. Now, moving forward, it's cool. But if he doesn't do it, I just got killed. I wasn't paying attention. Just fine, because I'm kind of done playing this. If he doesn't do it before the end of this year, and it has to not only just do it, but it has to be like executive order or something to where it's like retroactive, not retroactive. Yeah, to where it's like counts for all of this year and stuff. Otherwise, it won't matter, because if he does it after I sell and I have to pay profits on or taxes on all my profits, then I won't really be that excited about it, you know? Mr. Worldwide at Mr. J. I will happen very, very soon. Zero tax. Yeah, I think it will. I just want it to happen before this money I'm coming into and not like 5 years from now money. That's not going to be fun. But I think when it does happen, it's going to make made in U.S. cryptos far more like attractive. I think it's going to make it so, I mean, he's got to do it, right? Because that would make, if they want America to be the center of crypto and you play a move like that, where if you're an American crypto, what do you have to do to be an American crypto? Have some kind of American base in, and then now you have some kind of office or something in America. Well, now you're regulated to American tax that you make in the American market. They're raking in tons of money on the taxation. The company gets to be more attractive to its investors and users. We win by not paying tax. I mean, I guess maybe they won't pay tax. I don't know how that'll work. The difference between, you know, retail tax and operating costs and something. Anyways, there's a lot to unpack with that, but I mean, I guess we'll see. In Thailand, we have 100% tax-exempt trading for both local and foreign residents on Thai exchanges. Hope the rest of the world gets that too. On Thai exchanges. Okay, so if you use a different exchange, you don't get that. What happens if you use like a VPN and you trade something that's outside of Thailand? I mean, who's going to come after you for the money for the taxes on your profits? Yes, you keep 100% of your money. Mr. Google Translate now. Was that in reference to me using Google to translate? I don't know. Wow, that's great, Oren. Okay, cool. Man, so much chat. When I scroll back through the chat, which I don't normally ever do, so much chat. There was a Tony S at the very beginning. Actually, he commented this way before we ever got going. And he says, Bitcoin AI, interesting. But then he never came to the stream to actually talk about it. Nilo had a comment. Crypto Maniac was hanging for a minute. Art was hanging for a minute. We had some people come through. Alex was here for a minute, but I guess they couldn't handle the 4-hour live stream, which I understand. Not everybody's got that kind of time in a day. So we have zero tax for crypto in Hong Kong unless it's business transaction or business investment. That is good to know. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. I don't know. Maybe I need to be in Thailand or something. Maybe when I hit up on some money, I'll move to Thailand and just trade every day. How are those Thai exchanges? They got lots of liquidity and lots of good things to trade. They came to say hello. Exactly. No, I appreciate everybody who comes across the stream. I know I'm a little transparent and I just kind of say whatever's on my mind and stuff. I don't want anybody to think like, I want them to be here 24/7 all the time and stuff like that. I know that's unreasonable. I mean, think about if Lifer live streamed for 5 hours a day. Like, I don't know if I could commit to being there for 5 hours a day. I probably would still have him on every day. And I would feel like he lived in my house. That's for sure. I feel like I knew everything about him after a very, very short period of time. Because what would we talk about for 5 hours? Couldn't be just the charts for 5 hours, right? What is moved in the hour for crypto bubbles? And we're definitely on the longest live stream I've ever done here. Maybe I need to start at like 10 a.m. Just kidding. Just kidding. My wife would be so annoyed with me at that point. MYX, 20% down in the hour. Aster up 1.7. Cake catching a nice 7.9% in the hour. So what is its price up to right now? $3.30. I should have some cake somewhere, but I probably don't. Probably swapped it all into some coin that went to zero, playing around in the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem. We got the good. Yep. Thailand, always welcome. Thailand loves you long time. Yo, it's too end of the day for those jokes, man. You'll have me over here dying. I don't want to get slap happy on you guys. That one Sunday, man, I was feeling it. I was like slap happy for sure. And then when I called Orhan orphan, and then it was when I realized it that I just died a little bit laughing. It's hard to keep it together that Sunday. Will we stream all this weekend? Nah, probably. I don't know. I might take one day off, but we'll see. Gotta maybe appease the wife and family a little bit. But they're so late that honestly they don't really interrupt my day if I do them at 10 o'clock. So, and starting at 10 o'clock is probably better for Oren and people who are somewhere else. Love you long time. Exactly. Man, did we laugh. That was such a good show. As far as it being fun, I mean, it was fun for me. It seems like it was fun for some other people. Sometimes I don't know if I just seem like I've lost it. And we've been on Cross now for a while. Do we continue the deep dive? I'm going to run it for at least another 15 minutes. I want to hit the 4-hour mark here so I can say that we did a 4-hour live stream. We're like 12 minutes away, so I might as well do that, right? Anybody got a project they want me to look at or anything? This is called Game Build. I feel like we're already moving into tomorrow's stream. The last one was GameFi, and this is literally called Game. Max chart says May 12th, 2024, $55 million in its market cap. Check out the website. Ethereum contract. What other contracts do we have? Binance Smart Chain. Just tease the website a little bit. Trying to get retention time on my videos. GameFi. Telegram app. So it's a Telegram app. I've been looking at a lot of Telegram gaming. I've been playing a few of them. They're somewhat fun. They're not bad apps and games to play. Like, if you're going to play, if you got to sit somewhere, a doctor's office, not that I go to doctors, but if you got to sit somewhere for any reason and kill like 10 minutes, I'd rather at least be on a Telegram game that has the potential for some airdrops. Why wouldn't I do that? Why would I play Angry Birds or something stupid like that where they're not going to give me nothing? Next generation game infrastructure, revolutionizing economics for gamer developers and advertisers, powering a new dynamic for games. Flexible and mechanism, sustainable incentive model. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's the type of language I want to hear more. Oh, that's cool. It moves with its head as I move around sporadically. I want to hear more about sustainable incentive models. Incentive, aka reason, money, most likely, and sustainability, meaning they got it figured out to where it's going to work and money's going to come in and money's going to come out and hopefully accrue more value over time. Or even if they can find a happy middle ground, a happy, librium with it, I'm good with that too. Plug and play AI powered SDK. Basically if people earn in the game and all they're doing is earning and the money's not coming back in somehow, well, then at some point they're just going to run the game dry. And then it's just going to get crushed. And I think that's what happened to our DeFi of gaming. I think if those people would have thought that stuff through a little bit more, or at least changed and adjusted when it wasn't working out, then I think we would have been okay. I think we would still be playing DeFi gaming to this moment. And the fact that none of them really figured it out really tells me that, it's a hard point. There's something about it that's hard to figure out. You got to sell some skins or something like that. Okay, let's get into the tokenomic distribution here. So game circulation A, game circulation B, whatever that means, ecosystem, business development. Okay, stay on the screen. Airdrops, strategic investors, and seed investors. I like that seed investors are the smallest. Strategic investors are a little bit different. They're not usually the ones that dump on you, but they could. And unless you make them lock up, unless you make them lock up their tokens. This is interesting. Again, when was this out from? 2024, May 12th. Very interesting. All right, let's go to crypto rank. I feel like I got to constantly crack my neck. My favorite game is the daily spin wheel reward on weeks, but it keeps landing on $1 only. Man, I really need to go spin that wheel. I actually forgot about that wheel. Thanks for saying that, Oren. Is Weeks a Thailand exchange? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Or didn't Lifer say they were based out of like Dubai or something like that? All right, why'd they come here? Because I want to go to recently listed. We'll pull it from like the 7-day. We'll do something valuable with these last couple of minutes that we're together. Gonna hit that 4-hour mark. Nobody leave. It's 8 minutes. Come on, guys. Don't leave me now. All right, let's go to 7-day. I'd like to actually go to 1 day or something like that. I do like that you can toggle the category. And we can just skip stable coins. Go right to social. Rare Cube TV. So Rare Cube TV. I could read that. Or we could just go to their website, right? I was about to start reading that long thing, and I don't know. Wow, this actually looks pretty interesting. What in the world do we got going on? Rare Cube is upgrading for better experience soon. So is it not a new project? So phase 2 begins in 24 hours from literally right now when I opened it? That seems kind of suspect, right? Reminds me of like a marketing funnel that when you turn in the page, it's just like this deal ends in 6 hours. And then like if you just refresh it like 3 days later, it just starts over. It's hilarious. So Mr. J says 100% that $1 spin. Weeks is what Lifer recommended. Yeah, for sure. I got a Weeks account for sure. The Mexi spin too. I remember when it was just Mexi Global 24/7. Always $1. Wow, nice green spin and cube. Guess I'm going all in. Yeah, right. If you're making a joke about how there's nothing really going on this website, then you would be correct. What am I looking at? Like, what is this even? Are these channels? Let's click on the cat. It's more friendly. Then it has like little upvotes, downvotes. You could download the stuff. Doesn't look like a TV network. Who the heck is that? Oh, man. Come on. We can't be putting that. There could be children here. Come on now. There's no children here, I'm sure. Or maybe there is. I don't know. But that was not appropriate. So, chart. They have a link to their own chart. Seems a little prestigious. So, Cube on Sol, Medora. Is this the right thing? It has a market cap of, oh, that's liquidity. Market cap's 151,000. Much bigger than the 47,000 I thought it was going to be. No, it's not. All right, I was hoping this was going to be cool, but it doesn't seem cool at all. Like, where's the TV channel? I want to see a TV network channel, like, have, like, a digital thing where I can click and make it, you know, full screen and change the channel. That would have been cool, like its own little TV network on blockchain or something. That's what I was hoping for. Now I don't even want to read the description. Market cap is 141,000. I mean, sometimes you take shots in the dark. At 141,000 market cap on a new project, who knows what could happen. It's got a social media vibe. I don't feel like SocialFi is the time for SocialFi. That Memex could be it, though. Don't get me wrong. Don't sleep on the Memex. They do have a YouTube channel. Maybe I'd actually learn something interesting on that YouTube channel. Don't know. All right, did I hit back too many times? I did. Let's go to coins. Let's look at recently listed. We had a good thing going on, and then I just totally messed it up. Let's go to the 7-day. All right. So RareCube is under social. Then we have a bunch of meme coins. George plays Clash Royale. Do they have a website yet? How do you not have a website? I really don't. I don't understand it. $71 million in market cap, and you guys don't have a website? Come on, George. Couldn't have thrown down a couple of dollars for a website? So there's some cool ones, hit or miss. Yeah, definitely. I don't know, George. George should have thrown down some money for a website. I don't know why. It's hilarious to me to say that. I don't know. Anybody here ever watch a lot of George's content? I've seen him here and there, but I don't know why. I guess you can't watch all the, people. Like, I don't watch Altcoin Daily. I've seen them. I've seen interviews that they did on, BitBoy's channel back when that used to be the place to be. Stuff like that. But honestly, I don't know. Nothing against the guy at all. I don't want to come across like that. So it's a pumped out fun thing. They have a whole play now thing. Oh, these are just random other things. The best crypto casino. They want you to go to some casinos. I'm good on that. And I don't know. Is he showing like a link to the game that he's getting paid for getting people in on top of the whole coin and everything? I have no idea. It might be one of the best affiliate marketing campaigns ever ran for a mobile app game. Who knows? It's all fun and games till 100% of the liquidity is pulled out instantly. Yeah, absolutely. And the one guy that was in here shilling it the one day, bless him, nothing to him. I don't know if he's a paid shill or just somebody who bought too much of it. I have no idea. But at the same time, when we pulled up the V2 bubble maps or whatever, it definitely looked like there were wallets connected to George's wallet that owned more than the 5% he was talking about. Now there could be some reasons to explain that away. I don't really know, but there could be. Hey guys, let's create our coin. Exactly. But as I sit here and talk about utility and money flow into market cap and stuff, I guess that there needs to be some reason for us to have a coin, right? What would be our reason for having a coin? Maybe we could continue that in the Discord. See, there's like 14 people here still. This is crazy. That there's still people hanging out with the underground crypto community. We have done tons of deep diving. I'm a little burnt. I got to charge and rest myself up for tomorrow. That's for sure. It's midnight where I'm at in 2 minutes, and we will have live stream for 4 hours. and then I can go out of my office and see what the nature of my wife is. She's like going to be like, you didn't tell me you were going to go live stream for 4 hours. I was like, I didn't know I was going to live stream for 4 hours. You know, it happens. Sometimes you just live stream for 4 hours. So Blue Sky, let's rug everyone at 1 billion and split the profits. 5% for airdrop tokenomics and make it legitimate. We'll call it Aster. Yo, you guys are hilarious. I love this. Did we do 4 hours for real? Yeah, Blue Sky. We started at 8 and it's going to be midnight in 1 minute. 4 hours. And if it didn't feel like 4 hours, then we're doing something right, you know? I love the hanging out. You know, we do a good solid 2 hours and 45 minutes. Not that we didn't do more than that, because we did. And then we kind of stop and hang out and stuff a little bit. It's a lot of fun. Oregon? Did I say Oregon instead of Orhan? Did I do that? That would be hilarious. If I did that, it was just because I needed to drink some water, okay? That's all that was. Like, is the microphone too high? Do we need to lower this microphone? Wow, that feels better. How come I haven't done that earlier? Why am I doing that at the end of the stream? And again, for anybody watching this later, join the Discord. Come say hi. Hang out. Come to the stream tomorrow. We're going over GameFi. If you made it, if you're watching this later and you made it to the end of this video, you've got some serious MVP points coming to you, and you should definitely drop a comment so I know that you made it to the end of the video. Said you guys are funny. Have a good night, guys. We miss you, Miss Williams. Thanks for popping in and saying something. Maybe you've been here for a while. I don't know. I don't want to assume you just started to come in. But yeah, we're having a great time for sure. And it is 12:01. I'm going to hop off because if I don't do it now, I probably never will. Appreciate everybody so much. We're going to have a great time tomorrow. Hope everybody comes back tomorrow for sure. And we're going to do some DeFi gaming. We're still going to raise our crypto IQ. I will find all kinds of stuff to go over. Orhan says we made it, baby. Yes, we absolutely did. First 4-hour live stream. I don't want to necessarily 4 hours every day, but it might happen. All right, guys. Have a good night. Crypto Ron signing off. Continue in the Discord if you'd like. I'll be in there. Catch you guys later. Stay underground, stay crypto. We learn together. I don't know. I haven't figured the rest of it out.